Thank you, Senator. Lynn Bell, Ambassador to Counter Modern Slavery, People Smuggling and Human Trafficking.
Excellent, thank you. My questions, as I said, I'm happy for you to take most of them on notice because it is quite a complicated issue between federal departments and states as well. But particularly I wanted to have a talk about there's an increasing awareness globally now that a lot of these supposed legal adoptions through reputable agencies, notably in the Republic in Korea, and I mean many other nations now, that the children are actually fraudulently adopted. And so I had a series of questions about what DFAT's role is in this, presuming it's more consular when people come to get passports and documentation for an adopted child from overseas. And so if you could, I said, take on notice, what is DFAT's role, how you liaise with other agencies. I understand the AGD is responsible for the Hague Convention, but how do you go about that at the consular checks, and also more diplomatically to make sure that the Hague Convention is actually being accorded to, particularly in relation to a child's right to grow up in their own nation in their own culture, and what checks are done to make sure, well, one, to make sure that children actually have been legally adopted. And if you have a look at the South Korean case, it's an agency that Australian states have been working with for years, but these children actually were taken from mothers, and this is something that happens regularly overseas, and more children who have been inter-country adopted have found that they do actually have living parents and they were stolen or given false papers, etc. So if you don't mind, a short comment now and perhaps take that on notice. I've asked this question of other agencies as well because I'm just trying to pull together the picture on how we might tackle things. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. The Department of Social Services is Australia's central authority for inter-country adoption, responsible for enabling the performance of Australia's responsibilities under the Hague Convention. So questions about the Commonwealth's oversight of inter-country adoptions under the Hague Convention should be referred to the Department of Social Services. For DFAT's side, we are aware of reports of false papers being used in historical inter-country adoptions from the Republic of Korea, and particularly acknowledge the challenges experienced by inter-country adoptees whose adoptions are impacted by illicit or illegal adoption practices. But the specific questions on this should be referred to DSS, and no one has raised this issue with me in my current capacity.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind having a look into that a bit further, because as you may or may not be aware, I've done a lot of work, and I'm doing still a lot of work overseas on orphanage trafficking, and it is now, it's an associated issue, but more and more people now also doing DNA tests are going back and tracing their roots and finding out that even through reputable means, and I don't think states and territories are living up to their end of the bargain, and it's certainly very different between states and territories. So if you wouldn't mind having a look at that a bit further and coming back. Just so you know, I'm looking at perhaps recommending a parliamentary inquiry, but because it is so complicated, I think estimates is a good way to get some of the information.
We'll do that. We'll take
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Now, Thanks. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I've just got two quick lines of questioning. Minister, as we know, the Department of Transport and the Minister King I'm talking about the Qatar decision. The Minister King told Jane Herdlicker from Virgin that she was of a mind to approve Qatar's application. She then blocked Qatar's application many months after that conversation, and then the government's given in excess of 10 different excuses as to why they chose to protect Qantas's market share. Obviously now there's a lot of choices and questions around the Prime Minister's influence on that decision, given his close personal relationship with Qantas. So, Minister, I want to ask you, did you personally speak to the Prime Minister about the Qatar application prior to the decision being made?
I don't discuss, as Senator Payne has said in here on many occasions, any private conversations. But what I would say to you is that Minister King has made public that she did consult me. So that is on the public record,
no.
and I think you may even have asked me about that.
No, I know that conversation was had. I'm asking about the Prime Minister on this decision, not
So you're asking
Minister
me
King.
this question.
I'm asking you if you had a conversation with the Prime Minister about the Qatar decision.
And I've answered it.
Okay. Did you speak to anyone in PMO regarding Qatar's application prior to the decision being made?
Senator, I have to say I'm surprised you're asking about Qantas these days, but
Well, I'm not the one influenced.
what I'd say to you is Minister King has answered this question, this in the House very comprehensively, and she has said, yes, she consulted with ministers. She's made clear I was one of the ministers consulted. You would be aware of some of the events, involving Australian women, including Australian citizens, which caused a great deal of distress. So it's logical that the minister would consult me as in relation to her decision. But as she has said, that's a matter that she determined. It's a matter statutorily I think she's required to determine, and she's made clear in the House that it was her decision.
So, Minister, my question to you wasn't about your conversations with Minister King. It was whether you had spoken to anyone in PMO, in the Prime Minister's office, around the Qatar decision prior to Minister King making her decision.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
It was an engagement between two ministers, not via staff.
Thank you. Did anyone from your department speak to the Prime Minister or the PMO or provide advice to PM&C on the Qatar application?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Although in relation to the first, with all due respect, I mean, Ms Adams will occasionally travel with the Prime Minister to support him for particular multilateral engagements, but it would not be generally the approach that this department would be having a chat to the Prime Minister.
No, I'm just asking the question. I just wanted to my final number of questions was the missing cabinet papers in Doha from Department of Agriculture, Forestries and Fisheries. Was it someone's moving papers up the end there? But I just wanted to understand that senior DFAT officials expressed concern about this, and I wanted to understand if you spoke to Minister King or her office on the issue of the missing cabinet papers. I think the official from the Department of Agriculture was travelling home from the FAO, plane landed in Doha. Cabinet papers, as we found out, we didn't know the classification of the documents at the time, were left on a plane. Was that raised with you, Minister, at any time? The missing cabinet papers and the concern of DFAT officials?
I think, Senator, I only know about this because I saw some notes on the testimony that you're referring to. So I read there that the Department of Agriculture officials discussed with PM&C, quite right, as the owner of the cabinet documents, and that there was some engagement with Post in terms of trying to track them down. But otherwise it wouldn't be a DFAT.
No, I know you don't own the cabinet papers, but the report went to senior DFAT officials expressing serious concern, I think was the language used, about what had occurred, and I wanted to understand how far up the chain from Post did that concern come through your department?
Senator, I don't know.
Yeah, there was a media report, Senator. I'm not sure that
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the claim that was serious concern was in a media report. But I can take you through our actions, in Doha to try and retrieve the bag, so I'm able to help you with that.
Well, I know Senator Birmingham's got some questions, but if you could do that on notice, if you could put me through the process, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just respond to Senator Chandler? There's been, I think, I'll correct this I'll add to this, but I think 3 tranches of sanctions in relation to some of the issues you raised. The one I discussed, which was in relation to North Korean supply of missiles, in March of 23, Magnitsky-style sanctions, both on Iranian, for reasons associated with the Masajina Amini tragedy and other egregious human rights violations, but we also imposed a sanction on entities involving production and supply of drones to Russia. I think there was a second tranche on 2 entities supplying drones as well. So my point is that thinking through how Australia can cooperate with other countries to apply pressure to the support of the illegal and immoral war by both Iran and North Korea has been one of the things we have done and we have acted on.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay, Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. If I could just ask the Consular team to table. I'm sorry, Mr. McLaughlin's already sitting here, but others in the Consular team. I just want to quickly move through a few cases that I think should be raised in public hearing, noting that of course there may be questions on notice as well. Dr. Young Hen Jun, can I understand his well-being and also how representations in relation to compassion for Dr. Young are proceeding?
Sorry, Senator, I'm just getting my apologies. Madeline Casey, Consular Operations, Crisis and Management Division. Sorry, Senator, could you please repeat the question?
The question in terms of Dr. Young was just quickly in terms of an understanding of his well-being and the status of continued representations in relation to the exercise of compassion, potentially return to Australia at some stage for Dr. Young.
Senator, Dr. Young's welfare continues to be a priority for the department. He has currently on a 2-year suspended death sentence, but however he has been transferred to prison from detention where he is able to have access to better medical care and visitors, including his family.
Thank you. That's obviously a small bit of welcome news in relation to Dr. Young. And the focus of government representations and advocacy for Dr. Young relates now presumably to his welfare and, as I've phrased it, a demonstration of compassion for him at hopefully some point.
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Thank you. Robert Pether, detained or serving sentence in Iran. Is it the case that he reaches the end point of his custodial sentence early next year? And does the government have any understanding as to whether Mr. Pether will be released in accordance with the end point of his custodial sentence?
Senator, I can confirm that Mr. Pether's sentence is set to expire in January 2025. And the Australian government has made it clear to Iraq that the Australian government expects that he will be released as scheduled.
Okay. And have Iraq given any undertakings there, and are there impediments that Mr. Pether may still face as a result of release?
Senator, the government has advocated to all levels of Iraqi government, but it continues to be a legal matter.
Indeed, and so, as I think has been publicised, Mr. Pether has a fine as well that is significant, or a repayment obligation, I think, rather than a fine that is significant and outstanding, and that Iraq continues to insist upon.
In relation to Mr. Pether, I think I would make a few points. I'd recognise the personal toll of his detention on him and his family since he was detained in April of 2021. I'd make the point that we have governments of both political persuasions have continued to advocate for Mr. Pether and for his welfare, for his release, early release on humanitarian grounds. Mr Pether is due to complete his custodial sentence in January of next year. The government's expectation would be that Mr Pether be released as scheduled in January and allowed to depart Iraq. Should Mr Pether not be released at this time, I would hold serious concerns.
Thank you, Minister, and I'm sure those concerns would be shared across the Parliament. You can ask about Gordon Nung, Australian citizen who has been convicted in Hong Kong. The Australian reported that the Prime Minister would be raising Mr Nung's case with Premier Lee. I understand that has occurred. Government continues, I trust, to make representations on his behalf. And can I inquire about his welfare and consular access?
Senator, the Australian Government has made approximately 45 representations in regard to Mr Ng, primarily seeking consular access. Unfortunately, we have not been able to, at this stage, still don't have access to Gordon Ng.
And we're denied that access because he is a dual national, and Chinese authorities in Hong Kong refuse to provide recognition to that dual national status.
Senator, that is correct.
And so our representations there are both in relation to simple consular access in accordance with norms, as well as the nature of charges and detention.
Senator, that's correct.
And I made a public statement about that. I think the last one was earlier this year.
Thank you. We'll put some questions probably on notice in relation to Gregor Haas, a complex case, Signan Aslan in Turkey, which has come up recently, and potentially Donna Nelson. I just want to quickly ask, have all costs associated with the repatriation of Mr Assange to Australia been met and paid as they were, as was publicly indicated they would be?
Senator, yes, I can confirm that all costs in relation to Mr Assange's repatriation has been repaid.
Okay, thank you. What was the totality of those costs?
Senator, the cost for the repatriation was $781,480 that was repaid, and then there was a separate cost of $102,477 that was related to travel for Australian officials.
Okay, so the $781,000 was for the private jet and associated costs with that.
Yes, Senator.
And the $102,000 which the Commonwealth has borne, I assume those costs have not been paid, was for High Commissioner Smith and Ambassador Rudd's travel.
And other associated,
And
other officials,
and other associated officials, and that's
yes.
We didn't make a contribution to their travel on the private jet. I trust that's just their cost of return to their postings, and all travel not associated with when they're on the private jet.
Yes, that's right.
And accommodation and so forth. Right. Thank you. I can keep going, Chair, but
Thank you.
I have attempted to belt through consular.
You could, but I'm not.
I do particularly have a number of specific questions.
I know, but the program is very clear at 6 o'clock. But we're also going to release the department. Thank you very much, and we'll come back. Yes, of course. So we're going to come, and as I was about to say, we're going to come back with the other part of the department to do with Senator Farrell's trade programs. Okay.
I am very happy to arrange any briefing that
Yes.
Senator Birmingham wants.
I'm sure if Senator Birmingham or his office take that offer up, they will. Thank you, Minister. Okay, on that note, everyone, we will now suspend and we'll come back with the trade programs of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in 45 minutes' time. Thank you. Hansard, yep. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Good evening here in the Parliament. I would like to now welcome, we've just had a change of program for anyone that's watching at home, gone from the non-trade to the trade program. So it's my great pleasure to now welcome the Senator, the Honourable Don Farrell, Minister for Trade and Tourism, and alongside him is Mr George Mina, Deputy Secretary, Trade and Investment Group of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and officers of the department. Now, good evening, gentlemen. Do either of you have an opening statement that you'd like to make for us tonight?
Thank you for that opportunity, Chair, but on this occasion we shall decline.
Oh, excellent. Okay, well, we'll get straight into questions. Thank you very much. Now, I understand that Senator Cadell or Pocock?
I'm happy to go first, and then I can go to...
Okay, excellent. Wow, look, how good is this? Now, Senator Pocock, you can start off on our trade question.
Thank you very much, Chair.
You're welcome.
Firstly, Minister, I'd really like to recognise the work that you've done in this area over the last couple of years, and the number of barriers that have been removed, the really excellent work that's been happening. I have some questions about Japan and the on-selling of gas. I'm not sure who the best...
We can take those. Mr Mina is
Thank you.
Full bottle on those, Senator.
How do you open these, Rossi? It's slippery.
Thank you. During previous estimates in June, you took on notice projections for Japanese gas imports. The reference is number 063, and in response you provided publicly available historical data rather than projections. I was just wondering why that's the case.
Senator George Mina, Deputy Secretary Trade and Investment. DFAT does not hold assessments on projections of those data that you're seeking, but we do have the data that we were able to provide.
Okay, thank you. And in that you acknowledge that Japan plans to reduce the LNG used in power generation by more than 40% by 2030. Given this significant contraction, is Australia planning for Japanese demand for gas imports to decline?
Well, Senator, you will of course be aware of our overall significant role in supporting the transition through the future gas strategy, and of course that maps our various partnerships in the region. One of the things that we would highlight here is the important role that gas is going to play in that transition for partners, including Japan. And yes, we are well aware of Japan's own intention to reduce its reliance on gas. That's about as involved as our portfolio gets in those matters. These, of course, are matters otherwise for the industry or climate change and energy portfolios.
And so you're planning for Japanese imports of Australia's gas to decline?
Well, as I say, Senator, I think beyond the general points I've already made, drawing on our engagement with the future gas strategy, I think if we're getting into questions of future projections, they're probably best directed at the industry portfolio.
Also, in response to a question on notice number 064, you stated that Japan contracts far more gas than it is likely to require, and so on-sells Australian gas. But you also said that the Australian government does not have verified data on-selling gas. So I'm interested how it's possible for you to know about on-selling if you don't have verified data.
Well, Senator, I know we've traversed these questions several times before here. The general proposition that we put in that response is an accurate reflection of precisely how the market works for long-term contractual arrangements. What we can't do is give the particulars of particular contracts or particular flows of gas, what we can do is state that general proposition, which is that on occasions there will be oversupply, and in those occasions there will be an excess that is then unsold. We have that general understanding of how the market operates in these longer term situations. What we haven't got is anything more detailed by way of the particulars of the data.
Have you asked for this data from Japan?
Senator, I'm not sure that we've, it would be normal for us to seek information that's subject to normal commercial confidentiality provisions.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything commercially confidential about just saying if you've requested that data or not.
No, if you're talking about data in respect of volumes or prices in respect of short-term on-selling, as you're I think asking me, we would not normally be looking for that kind of level of data from partners.
Why not?
Well, as I said, Senator, these contracts, whether they be short-term in nature or otherwise, that would be about the management of on-selling, management of oversupply, would normally be subject to commercial confidentiality requirements.
As we sort of went over this last round of estimates, research from IEFA indicates that Japan, our largest gas export market, is now on-selling more gas than all of the Australian gas we provide to them as exports. And it sounds to me like you have no evidence to contradict this. And given Japanese government policy that is publicly available, we know that this is likely true. Do you accept that as a statement?
Senator, it's we're not in a position to make independent assessments of the overall situation with respect to on-selling. We have noted that report. There are other industry and other sources of data that are available, but we're not in a position, DFAT is not in a position to make those kinds of judgments about the data.
And looking at the future gas strategy, Australian gas exports are set to fall off a cliff from around 2030. Even on the announced policy step scenario, let alone the net zero pathway. This is the Future Gas Strategy Analytical Report. Can I just confirm that DFAT agrees with this projection, that there will be a dramatic fall in LNG exports from around 2030?
Well, I think, Senator, when it comes, as I said earlier, to future projections about industry dynamics, those questions are best dealt with by the industry portfolio.
But you surely need to be across them, because I would think that in trade, if there's a cliff coming for one of our biggest exports, you'd be working and trying to find a way to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm interested, are you doing any work to increase future gas demand from international partners?
What we would say, Senator, is that the authoritative portfolios, the industry portfolio, also our energy and climate change portfolio colleagues, we obviously work closely with those portfolios. And we would accept the expert judgments of those portfolios. And in respect of our future trade interests, we are obviously working to build alternative sources of partnerships around energy with our region.
So are you working to increase future gas demand?
No, I think what I'm saying, Senator, is as the region moves through its transition, its energy transition, Australia hopes obviously to be an important partner in that process.
Okay, I'm just interested in your role here, because we've got this cliff coming. We've got the government telling us that we need more gas. We've got Japan telling us that they need more gas. We're basically giving INPEX gas for free, and yet we know that Japan are on-selling more gas than we send them, and their own stated policies mean that we're going to be left with all these multi-billion-dollar investments, potentially with nowhere to export to? I would have thought that would be a problem for you.
Well, Senator, as I say, the lead agency and the lead portfolio here is the industry portfolio, who have been the authors of the gas strategy. Of course, they work with all arms of government, and we will support that and continue to do so.
Mm-hmm. Minister, are you concerned that we're essentially being, I don't know what the right word is, played by Japan a bit here, where they tell us that they need more gas to keep the lights on, but we now know that they export more gas than we send to them to keep the lights on. So they're essentially making money off our gas in in 2024 when we're meant to be transitioning away from gas.
Well, that's a very good question, Senator. Let's look at it from Japan's point of view just for a moment. If you're in Tokyo on any given day, the first 7 hours of electricity comes from gas sent to them by Australia. So it's a very significant contributor to Japan's electricity needs. I don't know if have you ever been to Darwin to see one of the ships go out? They look like a couple of...
I've been to Darwin, and I was chatting to some of the anti-government officials about INPEX, and I asked them what benefit do you get from INPEX, and they said, quite sheepishly, we get payroll tax. And they said, but don't worry, the federal government will get petroleum resource rent tax. But I've checked with Treasury and they haven't paid a cent of PRRT so far. Yeah.
Did you go to the INPEX factory? What do you call it? Facility? Have you been to the...
I went past it on a boat and heard from some local fishers who were talking about how fish stocks have declined, and they've found, I think, cadmium and a few other pollutants in some of the sort of crustaceans that they've tested, and they're really worried about the decline in sea life.
Yeah. Look, it's... INPEX is a good company. They were brought to the Northern Territory by a fellow called Paul Henderson. He was the Chief Minister of the Northern Territory at the time. And I can remember times when you couldn't get accommodation in Darwin because there were so many workers working up there. So I wouldn't just look at things like payroll tax as the contribution of INPEX either to the Northern Territory or to Australia. I mean, they've got a very, very large workforce. If they can get the next source of gas from the Timor Sea, then there's a potential for a third train. Not sure why they call them trains, because they're not really trains, but that's what they call them. So they've got 2 trains there at the moment. They'd have a third train. I think one of the practical problems is that Japan is very, very focused on energy security. In fact, the former ambassador was very public about his concerns about policies that the federal government had adopted. And when you're shifting one of these big ships from Australia to Japan, I guess from their point of view, they always want to know that they've got more than what they need, because you wouldn't want to be in the opposite position of having less. So I'm not sure about these reports about on-selling of gas. But look, if for whatever reason on a particular day or a particular week or a particular month they've got more than what they need, well, I don't suppose it's that much of a surprise that they might want to on-sell it. But this is a very good company for the Northern Territory. They employ lots and lots of Australians, and I think they make a significant contribution to the local community up there. Japan is a very important ally of Australia. We're in the Quad with them. We have very, very close relations with the Japanese. I think if this is a way in which we can build trust and a sense of community, working together with the Japanese, then I think that's a good thing to do. I think it's good for the country. It's good in a national security sense. I mean, it's just bigger than one company supplying gas to Tokyo every day. There are national security considerations and national interest considerations, and I think it's a positive story for our link between Australia and Japan. Can I say this, Senator? We're not going to get to net zero without a contribution from gas. And I know there are people who'd say, look, it's a fossil fuel, it's creating CO2. We need to end this supply of gas. The reality is that in order for this government or any other government to have the social licence to move to net zero, then you've got to bring the community with you. And the only way you bring the community with you is if you keep their lights on. Because just at the moment, the technologies that are going to replace gas and coal as reliable sources of fuel just aren't there. I mean, if they were, then somebody would have found a way to turn it off. But no country is turning off the supply of gas. Have a look at Germany. Germany's now opening coal mines because they need to, in order to get the social licence to get to that net zero, and Germany, at least until today, we're very focused on that project. So I think we have to be practical about this, Senator. I think we have to be realistic. We're a government that's committed to, the net zero targets, but we need that social licence to get there, and you're not going to do it in the short term by turning off gas in Australia, and you're certainly not going to create friends in the region if we turn off gas to Japan.
Thank you, Minister. Just finally, I guess I take your point. Some points very well made there about the transition. My concern is that to actually transition, you can't be opening up new facilities that go out to 2070. And I take your point about Tokyo's reliance on gas is a good point, but they're on-selling 100% of what they actually require for energy security for that. So it seems foolish.
Senator, I just don't think that can't be right. Are you saying the Japanese are selling all of the gas that we supply to them?
As much gas as we send to them, they on-sell to other countries, and DFAT, because you don't keep records of these things, can't refute that. I'm going off a fairly reliable report that hasn't been discredited yet. And I just think it would be a great shame if we expanded our gas industry at the behest of a country that has made some bad bets when it comes to the transition and wants to essentially get as much out of some of their gas-heavy industries in other countries. But thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We'll just take that as a statement. Thank you very much, Senator. And I'm now going to hand over to Senator Cadell. Thank you, Senator.
We'll start there, live sheep. If we can go there, it's a perennial favourite.
Gone from gas to sheep.
Yeah, we have. Since the last budget estimates, has DFAT received any other feedback from live sheep export destination nations and pending the live ban?
I wasn't long enough to have the whole package. I'm going to be sick by the end of this.
Senator Mark Innes-Brown, First Secretary, Middle East and Africa Division. The answer is yes, Senator. We continues to be a ongoing dialogue with industry in Kuwait about the arrangements and also future food security propositions. We've been involved in discussions with Morocco, and pretty recently, 2 weeks ago, I believe, there was some media in Jordan, which you're probably aware of, which purported to be from the Jordanian government, but it seems to have been, when we checked on it, probably generated by a member of industry there. So they're the three things that sort of three countries in the last few months that's been reported to me where these issues have come up.
Okay. And generally, is it concern, or are they proactively working through, or is it general concern at the moment? Are we trying to resolve issues?
Well, with Kuwait, of course, the industry, the main...
Because there's that hard line between the government ownership of these industries too, isn't it? It's a bit mixed in some of these places.
Yeah, well, there's... on one hand, you know, we've had media comments obviously continuing to express concern about the policy, but on the other hand, we've had discussions in the past month about investments in supply chains and so on. So it's a bit mixed in terms of the feedback. And with Morocco, there's been technical discussions with DAF representatives about protocols for importing live animals, and just in the last period.
Okay. Is there any plans afoot or consideration of plans to send people like the Minister, other trade delegations there to put more? Are we constantly in contact with in-country assets, or are we sending people over there to discuss this? What's going on?
I'd have to, in relation to Morocco, I think it was one of our regional-based representatives that had the discussion, but and with Kuwait, the discussions that I mentioned have been, you know, via our embassy, I think. Yes, our head of mission in Kuwait City, the discussion, there was a discussion on the 10th of October that I mentioned.
Okay.
Senator, perhaps I can butt in there for just a moment. You will have seen yesterday we signed an agreement with the United Arab Emirates on the implementation of that agreement. 99% of all tariffs are removed on products going into the United Arab Emirates. That obviously gives us a very competitive position against those countries that don't have free trade agreements and therefore don't have the benefits of the zero tariffs. The UAE is very much a central source of distribution of food and, for that matter, wine to the region. So Saudi, Kuwait, Jordan, Oman, and a couple of other countries. The best way of thinking about the United Arab Emirates is that it's the Woolies warehouse of the Middle East. So you put all your products in there, and then the products are distributed from there. Obviously, if we're getting our particularly sheep meat into the consumers there at a lower price, then one would expect that we would sell more of our product. I've specifically raised with the UAE about trying to increase the purchasing of lamb.
Live lamb or processed lamb?
No, processed lamb, so chilled and frozen lamb, as a result of the changes that are coming in 2028. And I think there is some interest by the United Arab Emirates in picking up some, perhaps not all, but some of the sheep that otherwise would have gone in on ships. The advantage I think we have, if we can increase the volume of chilled and frozen beef going into UAE, of course, is you can put them on aeroplanes if it becomes a commercial operation. Of course, we're going to be doing that with crayfish going back into China very shortly. So you get a product that's created jobs in Australia because the lamb have been killed in Australia, so greater jobs there, and hopefully you'd get a premium on the product because you're flying it there, shipping it there. UAE Emirates have just started flying back into Adelaide for the last couple of weeks. So we're increasing our ability to get cargo from Australia into Abu Dhabi and Dubai. So I think if we're imaginative, we can actually successfully replace that business without losing any income, and that's certainly what I would like to see. And in all of the conversations with countries in the region, one of my key focuses is finding replacement mechanisms of selling that lamb into the Middle East.
I take that on board, but the preference for a lot of these countries is live, and that's where I want to stay on this stuff. Have any of the countries you've engaged with expressed, with the conflict in the Middle East going on at the moment, food security concerns over live lamb or the pull out of this? Has that been an aspect of anything they've raised?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay.
In that particular connection.
Okay, no, just checking that. So you mentioned Morocco and you mentioned talking, what was it? I think your word was establishing new protocols. Was that your phrase?
I think so, yeah, that's my understanding. 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was discussions about the Moroccans they're aware of our policy.
Yep.
But, they're also interested in sourcing meat.
Yep.
So those discussions are continuing. It's not finalised, but, it was apparently quite a constructive discussion, I was told by our outgoing ambassador.
Okay. One of the countries we haven't mentioned that have raised or been in discussions is Saudi. The market had gone away in Saudi, but they've taken 60,000 sheep not that long ago. I think there's another 100,000 between now and the end of this year. Have Saudi raised concerns, or are you meeting with Saudi on the live sheep replacement?
They haven't raised it with DFAT in our bilateral discussions at the Canberra end. I'm not aware that it's been raised specifically with our ambassador or anyone else in the mission since the last estimate session, but I'm happy to take it on notice for completeness, Senator, because sometimes we're not aware of every interaction that may go on. Yeah. And
taking what the Minister was saying about trying to access chilled, processed meats and stuff like that, do you keep statistics on how much other processed meat? Has there been an increase in tonnes ordered of processed sheep meat or lamb?
My area doesn't specifically do that, Senator.
Mr Mino, do you?
I can provide you with some sense of that, Senator. Indeed, the overall trade in live sheep was approximately $66 million just in the last 12 months, calendar year 2023. But when one looks at the overall picture on fresh chilled sheep meat together with frozen sheep meat, the figures are very substantially higher, in the order of $1 billion for
the Middle East.
for fresh and chilled, and frozen is.
I think the Senator said to the Middle East. Is that to the Middle East?
This is in total, and I could get a breakdown should you wish,
For the Middle East, yeah.
Senator, for the region. But those are just total figures, and frozen in the order of $3 billion. So some very significant figures overall.
But you can break them down?
We will be able to do
on
that
notice,
for you.
that's fine. Yeah, on notice. If I could get breakdown of the Middle East, tonnes of chilled or frozen, to which destinations and what has gone, that would be great if you would take that.
Well, I'm wondering, would it be more helpful if you had to that region live sheep, chilled and
frozen?
Can we get a chart for the Minister?
Oh, thank you, sir.
What am I saying? Christ, I've promoted you way beyond your abilities.
You're just seeing ahead to the future.
Yeah, that's right.
May next year or something.
Yeah. I've already exceeded my abilities. Let's not go too there. When we go there, the Minister was talking about the potential take-up of the future. WA Industry has stated that they believe it would cost, and I'll get the actual number here, I think it's $423 million to upgrade the abattoirs and the cold chain storage to be able to export. I do note there's been an increase in the transition fund, but that's only at $139 million.
Who are you saying is saying this?
The WA livestock industry. So the opportunity may be there, but the investment's not with the package. Is there any need or any talk there that it may not be enough to satisfy demand if you are able to convince them to change over?
Well, Senator, the question of the transition arrangements, including these programs of support for the transition, are ones that are handled through the agriculture portfolio.
Yep, understood. So has any money...
But just on that, I have raised with the UAE directly, there are opportunities to invest in, state-of-the-art abattoirs if they're so inclined, and there are some opportunities for sale. So we're not unmindful of the issues, confronting the farmers in the West, and if there are alternative opportunities, we'll be looking for them.
And I get that, but Minister Dennis Brown, it's clear from the discussions with Morocco and these other ones, their preference is to have live rather than chilled, isn't it?
I don't think it was. I think they were, the discussions, as I understand, I don't have a lot of detail on them, were about live animals, but live versus chilled, I'm not sure what their preference is. We'll have to look into it.
Okay, fair enough. And last question on this point. With the New Zealand government recently announcing that they plan on changing their live export ban, wouldn't it be just a change where New Zealand will take this market from us, and that, in fact, the same number of live sheep will be exported, they'll just be floating a little bit further?
Senator, I think the question is a speculative one. We, of course, are looking to satisfy demand through all means that we can, including through the fresh and chilled meat exports, as the Minister said. So we'll be making our best efforts to ensure that the market continues, the food security concerns are dealt with, the Australian exports continue through other means.
Are you considering in these other protocols, these other things, that New Zealand stands ready to come in with a replacement product straight away, except their sheep have to travel 7,000 kilometres further?
Well, Senator, I think you're well aware the government has taken its decision on the live export trade, and in respect of managing those markets and the consequent implications for those markets, we take all factors into account.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have on that.
With the department?
No. With this section.
No, I know you do, but
No, I've got another one after.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I'll come to you, Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. Mr. Mina, welcome. IPEF. Who can speak to me about IPEF?
Myself, and I hope Ms Ward will be available as well.
I'd like to ask some questions about the critical minerals framework, or the critical minerals dialogue within IPEF. and specifically I would like to know what frameworks, what government-to-government frameworks are being discussed, because I've just come back from 2 weeks in Washington dealing with people from the Congress to the Pentagon and commercial entities asking about critical minerals and supply chains, and there was no clear indication as to the direction the US felt it could go to get a successful aggregation of demand that would get offtake agreements to Australian providers that would help them survive the manipulation of the Asian Metals Index by China. That was a rather distressing summary after 2.5 years of both sides of politics, of a lot of dialogue and discussion around critical minerals cooperation. So where are we going with IPEF on this?
Perhaps, Senator, it's worthwhile just setting a little bit of the context here, and then indeed we can take you through what we can tonight about the IPEF chain of discussion. But as you're well aware, this is a very complex area of policy, and we have, with the strong leadership of the industry portfolio, a whole range, an array of government initiatives to support our critical minerals sector. Of course, concerned about the two issues you raised, market concentration and therefore the subsequent pressure that is being placed on prices for crucial critical minerals of the sort such as lithium and graphite and nickel. So those price pressures, the diversity of supply chains, the resilience of those supply chains and market concentration are concerns that the governments are looking at very closely around the world, and Australia, of course, is contributing very heavily through a range of mechanisms. One of those is the Future Made in Australia package and the impact that we hope that will have through an uplift in investment in critical minerals and in processing. Others include the sort of work we're doing with partners to build a price premium for critical minerals. We could talk, about a lot of that detail, but just to set the context, there's an enormous amount of energy going into it. And part of our work is the trade policy stream, including work with partners in the context of IPEF. I'm not sure if we've got much we can say, but please, if we have, Ms Ward can help us.
Senator Fawcett, my name's Elizabeth Ward. I'm the First Assistant Secretary for the Trade Resilience, Indo-Pacific Economic and Latin America Division.
That's quite a title.
And I'm the APEC Ambassador, so that's the end of my title. I'm also... Sorry?
What's your day job?
Look, the IPEF negotiation, I know that you're paying a lot of attention to that in the context of JSCOT as well. We've recently brought into force the supply chain agreement, and I want to introduce that by way of providing some context here. The IPEF set of agreements is currently 4 treaties with a 5th under negotiation. The idea is to look at some contemporary challenges that countries in our region are engaging with. And the agreement that we have ratified, as I say, and you were sitting in JSCOT when we were talking about this, was a supply chain agreement. And part of that agreement is to look at both a crisis network, but also to develop action plans on specific supply chain vulnerabilities. The Supply Chain Council has recently had its very first meeting. I mean, this is a brand new sort of initiative, and so we're just really starting this year to have our first set of meetings, even though we've been sort of in negotiations on these treaties for a couple of years, but we're now starting to implement those things. So in the context of the Supply Chain Agreement, the Supply Chain Council met for the first time recently, and one of the outcomes of that was to set up an action plan on a supply chain starting with critical minerals and ending with batteries. Australia will be in charge of that, and at the moment the intention is to first of all, get together the group of countries that are interested in talking about these things, but also to set up a frame of reference for how we engage across the region. And this is the first time we're really talking about not how we go out and build on our competitive advantage, but rather we're talking about our vulnerabilities here. And so there are a range of, you know, there's a new culture to establish in the way we engage. So, sorry, to set that to one side, you asked about the critical minerals dialogue, which was set up as a separate thing, sort of under the IPEF umbrella. The idea, thus far, there have been a couple of conversations that have taken place on this. I will want to get some additional information for you, but Geoscience Australia has been leading for Australia on the critical minerals dialogue, and they're doing some very specific work across the region with other like-minded agencies mapping out critical mineral interests and gaps through the region.
So that's great. It's different but similar to work that's been going on ever since the Critical Minerals Facilitation Office was set up under the previous government, and much of this work is similar in vein. But my concern is that after several years of dialogue and discussions and engaging, the only commercial framework that I am aware of that connects a consumer with a producer is the relationship between the Government of Japan and the special purpose entity they've established and Linus, where there is both capital and very patient and forgiving capital that will forgive debt and add additional capital when the Beijing crashes the price of the relevant critical minerals, such that normally Linus would have gone out of business. But the Japanese support it because they know that that means Linus will be there to guarantee their supply, because they have previously been cut off in a coercive measure by Beijing. So there is a government-initiated framework that provides capital to develop resource and processing, but also provides offtake in a framework that's somewhat insulated from the market movements around price. Everywhere else in the world, there's dialogue, talk, aspiration, people singing loudly from the same hymn sheet, but no commercial options. And so you may have seen in the media recently an Australian company called Hillgrove, who are looking to restart an antimony mine. Okay, Beijing has restricted the export both of antimony trioxide as well as the intellectual property around technology to do processing. They control the vast majority of the world's antimony trioxide. It's used in every bullet, every artillery shell, every night vision goggle, every semiconductor, and yet we are all horribly exposed to it, but there is no avenue for this company at the moment, absent a government-to-government framework, to do anything except sell through a broker, which will go to China. And so 3 years of effort, and for something that is actually quite critical to our advanced manufacturing and technologies, the real-world experience of Australian companies who have these rare earths is they have nowhere to sell them except through a broker to China. What are we doing to change that situation?
Well, look, Senator, we're not here to try and do anything to challenge your assessment of the concerns with respect to market concentration and the impact on prices. This is a big concern of government. It's not one that's led, as you know, out of our portfolio. It's led properly out of the industry, sciences and resources portfolio. But what we can do is we can share with you the kind of partnership initiatives that this portfolio is contributing to that whole of government effort to seek to turn those big market dynamics around, to try and build that supply chain resilience, try and build that to work against the market concentration that you're talking about in minerals such as antimony. So one of those strands is the strand that Ms Ward has mentioned. Another is our work with a range of partners to build a new approach to realising a price premium for our high standard environmental social governance around Australia's critical minerals production. That's something that we do differently, uniquely. We produce with those very high standards, and we want to realise the premium for that work. And some of the work that we're doing with partners right at the moment is designed specifically to increase that and realise that premium for our producers. We also need considerable investment. There's no question that our sector, both in respect of the mining and the processing aspects, needs a considerable uplift in investment. We're working through Export Finance Australia and other arms of government to seek to provide the finance that is required, but also to work with partners to see if we can mobilise all sorts, government and non-government sources of finance. Again, our portfolio plays a part in the slice of that effort. It doesn't lead on that effort. Industry, Science and Resources does so, but I mean, you know, the complexity and the depth of the problem that you describe is one, you know, an assessment we would share.
Sure. I guess my point is that IPEF is yet another vector, but unless it is acutely aware of the things that at the moment is stopping the successful cycle of developing the resource, processing the oxide and delivering it to a customer, the failure modes in that are either lack of capital or becoming a distressed asset when Beijing crashes the market, or lack of offtake, because absent a framework, the free market will do what the free market does and go for the lowest price input to a manufacturer. So we could invest billions, and in fact both sides of politics have looked at investing billions into processing for critical minerals. But if there is no offtake, because we have not secured an offtake agreement with another manufacturing nation, then that investment will go to waste because there is no cash flow, there's no return. And so there's 2 or 3 elements there. It's separation from the Asian Metals Index, it's the capital, and it's the offtake. And I guess my question to you is, what are you doing as part of this IPEF dialogue to make sure that any engagement you have understands those failure modes that industry is facing in terms of developing our quite plentiful critical minerals resource?
Senator, can I maybe jump in at this point? David Woods, I'm the Chief Economist of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I also have a very long job title too. It's the FAS of the International Economics and Energy Transition Division. So,
Mr. Woods will do fine for Hansard.
We'll keep it short. Senator, look, I think the questions you're raising are certainly, as Mr. Mina said, ones that we and particularly our colleagues in the Department of Energy, Science and Resources are really looking at very closely. We absolutely get the challenge that you're describing. Not to say that there are easy answers, to be candid. I think probably one way to think about it is that we are essentially approaching the issue at differing points of the value chain. So Mr. Mina spoke earlier of the future made in Australia, and of course, as you know, critical minerals is one of the 5 key sectors, priority sectors identified by the government in order to bring significant amount of government financial support to bring new production into the market. You know, that's at, you know, if you like, that's at the top end of the value chain. But then, exactly to your point, as we're working our way down the value chain, then we have to look at, well, then how do we connect that with offtake in those countries that are going to be consistent with what's very clear as a government objective, that is to say a diversification, an expansion and a diversification of our critical minerals and clean energy supply chains. And that's the ambition which has been put out into the critical mineral strategy. This is something that we're working through. Frankly, we're pushing every potential avenue that we can. And so Ms. Ward spoke about the work that we're doing with the 13 other members of IPEF. Mr. Mina spoke about the work that we're doing with those countries that are with whom we have critical minerals dialogues. But there is a specific work which I'd point you towards, and that is the Mineral Security Partnership, which was established by the US government, now has 16 members, and it is very much designed around bringing together countries both as the producers of critical minerals and those who are the industrialised economies that refine those critical minerals into batteries and downstream products, and looking specifically at projects. This is not just a talk fest, it's actually looking at projects where we can get money to flow from the joining the dots between the extraction and the processing. I don't have the details of some of those projects that have already been promoted in advance through the Mineral Security Partnership. Certainly happy to take that on notice and come back to you. But it is a very substantive piece. And then I'd say, and add finally, one overlay to that was just in September, we took that piece of work a next level, which is to establish the Mineral Security Partnership Finance Network. And that's to get actually to bring in not merely the foreign affairs officials like ourselves into the discussion, but actually to bring in the export credit agencies. So the financiers of these countries to actually bring in technical expertise, financial expertise, to help bring these projects along. And so that's quite a significant step forward. As I said, I don't have the names and the details of those projects, but we do have them, and I'm happy to provide those on a notice as a tangible example of responding to the problems that you're identifying.
Thank you. I'd look forward to seeing that. My only other question then is if that is I'm taking it from your answer that that's sort of one of the first times you're bringing in financiers as opposed to bureaucrats is sometimes an unkind term, but people who work for the department. Are you also going to bring in the miners and the processors and the users of the oxides so that you can find out from them what are the barriers that currently stop them connecting the dots? Because at the end of the day, they are the people and they're investors who have to have confidence in whatever framework is put in place, that the capital will be patient and that the offtake will be sustainable, or else they won't invest. And we can talk all we like and have all the frameworks and agreements we like, but there will be no commercial deal. So are you bringing those in? And secondly, are you looking at probably the one framework that I think is working, which is the Japanese special entity with Linus, to actually learn lessons from them as part of this dialogue to inform both us and our IPEF partners?
Well, I think there's a short answer and an easy answer, and then there's a longer and harder one. The shorter answer is, look, we're just establishing this Mineral Securities Partnership, and as you rightly said, very within the last month, we've established the finance network to bring in the export credit agencies, in our case, Export Finance Australia, who I'd say are very closely tapped into the industry within Australia. They've got a key role as EFA, and Ms Ward actually might be able to speak more to this, in offering up debt finance for projects that are otherwise not able to secure commercial finance. And the critical mineral space, that ends up being a fair share of the sector.
Sure. Can I just say then, Mr Woods, I hear that and I celebrate that, but on one level, debt finance, people are willing to pay because the price, for example, antimony at the moment, ever since Beijing restricted it, price has gone through the roof. And so there are people lining up to invest in new antimony resource. But the critical thing is actually the demand side. That's the part that then stops people. They go, oh, hang on, you can develop the resource, but you've either just got to sell to Beijing or you've got to create a demand elsewhere. If we don't have the demand elsewhere, that's where the secure supply chain part falls down. You know, right at the moment, you can get capital to develop an antimony mine. You know, they're literally lining up. But the secure offtake doesn't exist. And so we are doing a lot of work around how do we get capital to help people dig stuff up and maybe process it. But the consummation of these dialogues has to be working with the partners around the demand side. And unless that's a focus, you know, a deliberate focus in each of these dialogues, we're not going to progress more than we have over the last 3 years.
No. I mean, we are absolutely, I mean, I think we're all in heated agreement with you in the sense that, I mean, we as a commodity producer at the far end of the supply chain, of course, our focus is going to be bringing product to market. We are then actually having to work with the other overseas jurisdictions then to be able to have the industries established there to give that demand signal, to give that to have those offtake arrangements that then lock in both the debt finance and the equity finance for our projects. And so the arrangements I've already mentioned, particularly including the MSP and then the related finance network, I mean, that's very much, as I said, what we're really designed to do, to build out a supply chain such that then investors can come into our resource sector with confidence that there is going to be a demand for them, which, again, comes back to their policy objective of diversifying, expanding and diversifying our clean energy supply chains. Okay,
thanks. I'll leave that one there. One more topic, the recent signing, I think in June this year, of the support for the take-up of small modular reactors in the Indo-Pacific. Who can talk to me about that?
Yes, Senator.
Great. What does it involve? And what are the opportunities for Australia to contribute into that?
Senator, as in June this year, the Minister signed 3 IPEF agreements. There was an agreement on the clean economy, which is, as it suggests, is intended to harness public and private sector investments to assist with the transition to net zero. A fair economy agreement, which is setting up efforts to tackle corruption and tax evasion through the IPEF region, and an overarching agreement to give shape and form to all the other treaties under IPEF. Part of the Clean Economy Agreement is a process of cooperative work programs. And the idea of these things is that anyone who has an interest in working with other parties in the agreement, where you share a similar mode of operation or interest in a certain fuel source and you want to work out how to develop that, you can work together on those things. So cooperative work programs are entirely done on an opt-in basis. The Australian government has made clear it will not be participating in the cooperative work program on small modular reactors because it doesn't see nuclear as part of its transition fuel to the future.
Sure, I understand that's the current government's view. We don't have nuclear weapons either, but we get heavily involved in non-proliferation and other activities around the world. We currently have, literally, in Mrs. Helen Cook, literally the person who has written the world's textbook on how to regulate for nuclear power industries. She is currently involved in 4 developments overseas. with countries that are establishing industries. We have Australians who are working in many of those countries in the industry because they have great expertise and experience. We can actually contribute a lot to that. So I understand that this government may not want to have it here in Australia, but like many other areas where we have expertise that we contribute to international collaborations, what consideration has been given to making contributions that we are well equipped to do, even though the current government doesn't intend to use it here in Australia?
At this stage, we're not participating, Senator.
Minister, why would we not contribute to the world, even if we don't want to use it, and I accept that's your policy, but why would we not contribute to the world in this domain where we have great expertise, just like we do in many other areas where we don't have or use a particular technology?
Look, I think the expectation of this part of the working group was that it would be countries who are planning to go down the track of using nuclear power. And we took the view, well, you know, the Howard government passed a law in Australia that bans, you know, nuclear power. We support that ban, and that we didn't think there was much we could contribute to that process. So I think it was simply a practical decision to say, look, we're not going down the track of nuclear energy for domestic purposes in Australia, and there were plenty of other things to participate in, and we are significantly contributing to the other work groups that have been set up, but we decided that it wasn't appropriate in the current circumstances to be participating in the nuclear program.
Sure. Okay, I accept that as a decision of your government. Ms Ward, could you tell us, so which other nations have engaged in this and are looking to actively develop nuclear as part of their energy mix?
I'm not aware, Senator, because we're not participating in the forum.
Oh, come on. I'm sure you have seen lists of countries who have decided to be involved, even though we are not. Which other countries?
Senator, I will make an inquiry with the Commerce Secretary in the United States. She's been leading this part of the project, and we'll get a list for you of the countries who are participating.
That would be very helpful, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Senator Fawcett. Now I'll just go back to Senator Cadell. I think you've got your last block.
Last block, thank you, Chair. Okay. During last estimates in June, Mr Farrell, when I asked into if you were asked any input into the flights about Qatar, increased flights here, your answer was you were sure Minister Catherine King would consult us about these issues. Now that's fine. So I want to go forward. Now that we have Qatar seeking a minority stake in Virgin, has Minister King consulted with you about that?
She hasn't directly consulted with me that I'm aware of, but she may have consulted or sought views from somebody in my office. If you give me a little bit of time, I'll make an inquiry to find out whether that has happened.
Thank you. Has the department had any consultation with the other department or with the Minister's office?
Well, Senator, I'm not aware of any specific consultation on this particular proposal, but I do know that the transport and infrastructure portfolio does, of course, take into account a range of interests in determining its approach to future flight capacity.
Did the department make any submission to the ACCC inquiry into this proposed purchase?
I'm not aware of any such contribution, Senator, no.
Not aware, or you didn't? Can you take it on notice to see if there was?
I will confirm that that's the case.
Given we were hearing the numbers and the prospect for potential relug to chilled and frozen product, I'm told, won't bet my life on it, but a fairly good source, that a single aircraft can take 1,000 carcasses to the Middle East, and if we were talking an extra flight a day, that would be 365 carcasses. That would go a long way towards a make-stop thing. Are you guys looking at this? Is the department looking at this and working out what they could do in the replacement phase for the consultations with Mr Ennis-Brown in these countries?
As I said, Senator, the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, I won't read the entire name, is obviously assessing constantly the larger set of interests that's involved in a calculation about future flight capacity and therefore approvals for certain flight paths and larger questions relating to market structure. So these issues are being dealt with by the relevant portfolio. Of course, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has generally got a view about the importance of ensuring that air freight capacity, particularly for perishable products, is an important element for consideration in that process.
Okay. Was there any trade impact? Was there any trade threats, any impact at all of the previous blocking of the request for 28 flights? Did Qatar talk any trade measures at all when they weren't allowed, their application was refused?
I mean, was there some retaliation?
Yeah, yep.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Senator. I don't know, is anybody else?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay. And
just while you're talking about the, capacity of these flights, Emirates started flying back into South Australia a couple of weeks ago for the first time since COVID.
Good if it was Perth, but I'll accept South Australia.
Well, good news for you there, Senator.
Yep.
I think they're already flying into Perth, and they're now getting a second flight
per day, per week.
No, I think per day. But look, I don't want to mislead you there. Okay. I'll get that checked out and find out. But having just come back into Adelaide, I'm pretty certain the other day they told me that there was going to be an extra flight into Perth, which I had assumed was going to be a daily flight. But the head of the company at the launch was telling me that they're now starting to fly Australian premium wine in the bellies of these Emirates flights into India, which I thought was very, very good news.
Wine via flight. That's discussion for offline. We'll talk to you about that one.
Anyway, just a little fun fact for you there, Senator.
No. Coming from a port, we always thought air freight was good for flowers, fresh food and mess-ups, so I'm surprised wine gets in there. Just one question. You mentioned the UAE thing, and this is offline from anything. In the health debate, we're seeing a lot of illegal tobacco sold. We're seeing fire bombings. We're seeing that sort of stuff. There's been some finger pointed at some of the tax-free zones in the UAE being the source of a lot of that product. Was there any mention of enforcement of importation of illegal things in the UAE ban?
Well, we would have imposed the usual law enforcement provisions on any country, but that's the first time I've heard that suggestion, and certainly there was no discussion. Oh, we've got Ravi's in here. Ravi is the chief negotiator of the UAE Free Trade Agreement, so he could tell us whether any discussion took place in the course of those negotiations about the illegal cigarette trade.
They did not.
What? Illegal cigarettes? Sorry, there's none?
There was no discussion about illegal trade. The FTAs always presume enforcement of laws as apply to trade, so there was no change on that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
That's right. You're most welcome. Anyone else have anything? Hello. Hello, Lydia. Hello, mate. You got a question?
I have plenty.
Okay.
My turn?
Yep, sure.
Thank you,
Go
Chair.
for it.
Very good. Okay. I have obviously a question on complicity with genocide that's occurring in Palestine right now. On the 27th of March in 2024, this Parliament passed the Defence Trade Controls Amendment Act 2024, which voted to remove safeguards on Australia's contribution to the US military arsenal at a time when the US and UK are critical and essential suppliers to Israel's ongoing military effort and the commission of crimes by Israel. What advice was provided to government members of Parliament on their potential criminal liability before the ICC arising for their support of these bills?
Senator. Sarah de Zooten, First Assistant Secretary of the Defence and National Security Policy Division in the Department. I would suggest that questions in relation to application of the DTCR are best directed to the Department of Defence.
I was given this platform by previous departments to raise it here. So,
we're in trade.
Okay. Can you confirm if the Defence Trade Controls Amendment... Thank you. You want to hang around for my questions? Can you confirm if the Defence Trade Controls Amendments Act removes safeguards on Australian F-35 built parts and components being sent to the US, which we know are being used in Israel's genocide?
Senator, again, the Defence Minister introduced the DTCR or Minister Conroy. I'd have to double check, but it certainly wasn't the Foreign Minister.
Okay. Has any advice been provided to MPs on advice from the United Nations on the 20th of June 2024 to states like Australia to halt arms and ammunition transfers to Israel, whether going directly to Israel or indirectly to Israel through other countries like the US, UK or Germany?
I'm not aware, Senator.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware of any advice, but the Foreign Ministry or the Department of Foreign Affairs would not be the relevant portfolio that would be providing that, I would have thought.
And you wouldn't know either?
Personally, no. Senator.
No, like your department, sorry.
Correct.
Okay. Has any advice, okay, Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute establishes individual criminal responsibility for anyone who facilitates genocide by aiding or abetting its commission. Have parliamentarians been made aware that their actions in this building could leave them exposed under international law for complicity in genocide?
Senator, just to perhaps get ahead of the rest of the set of questions, if they relate to the defence export control regime or indeed to questions relating to the application of international law in these spheres, they are not ones for which the trade portfolio would have appropriate responses. Okay. We could, perhaps suggest the defence portfolio estimates or perhaps other, depending on the question, other portfolio estimates.
So in terms of trade, are we trading and abetting, like aiding and abetting in the genocide in Palestine that's happening through our trade? Because we know that you'll hear from ministers in this place that they deny any arms going to Palestine to back up the Israel genocide. So there are parts that are contributing to these weapons of mass destruction that are killing innocent children. Are there any trade agreements where parts are adding to the ammunition that are killing innocent babies?
Well, Senator, I think the question of defence exports to Israel, it's governed by the defence control regime, and again, best directed to the Department of Defence. As we've stated on previous occasions here, there are no exports of defence equipment to Israel.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll leave it there. Off the hook. Still committing genocide here, though.
Okay, thanks a lot, Senator. Now, I had some questions to the Minister and the Department, actually, about a recent trip that the Minister undertook to the People's Republic of China. And I was just wondering whether either of you gentlemen would be able to provide me with a bit of an update about what it means for our lobster producers, given that the recent announcement that Minister Farrell and Minister Wong were in, I think, in Adelaide, holding some of our delicious lobster, and then in light of that, obviously, your recent times in China.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm happy to comment on that. On Sunday, I flew up to Shanghai for what is the world's largest trade event. And we were fortunate in that the Trade Minister, Mr Weng Wentao, made about an hour available very late on Sunday night in what would have been his busiest week of the year to meet with the Australian Trade Minister. I understand that he didn't meet with any other trade ministers who were up there, to the best of my knowledge. So we were very privileged to meet with him. We raised a number of issues with him, and lobster was one of those. As you rightly say, there was recently a meeting between the Prime Minister and the Chinese Premier, where they agreed on a timetable for lifting the restrictions on Australian lobster back into China. I can say this, that Weng Wentao, the Chinese Trade Minister, was unequivocal in making it clear that the Chinese government is sticking to and continuing to work to that timetable. I also raised with him issues of other meat establishments. One of the meat establishments I raised with him was a company called Thomas Food. They operate in Murray Bridge, my birthplace, as a matter of fact.
It's part of Australia.
Conflict of interest.
No. Looking after my looking after my constituents is not a conflict of interest. In fact, it's
a confluence of interest.
in fact, it's what I should be doing. Anyway, unfortunately, a few years ago, Thomas Foods factory burnt down. Terrible accident. They have now rebuilt their factory, state-of-the-art abattoir. They lost their licence to trade in China at that time of the fire, and I raised specifically with the Minister, could we fast-track consideration of their re-entry into China? And again, we received a very, very positive response from him on that, and so I took that to be a good sign for the company, and I think the company, in fact, were participants in the. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
No. The company was a participant in the trade fair. While talking about that trade fair, Senator, we had a record number of participants in the trade fair this week, and a significant number of the representatives were there for the first time. So a very good sign for our relationship with China.
Oh, very good. And I guess on the lobster re-entry, what does it actually mean for our wonderful producers of lobster and all the workers in that industry?
Well, it's very good news for them. When the original impediments were imposed, Australia lost about $700 million worth of trade. It was the place worst hit was, of course, Western Australia, where some $450 million worth of crayfish was no longer being transported into China, and South Australia and Tasmania were the other two places worst affected by the impediments. So the good news is, places like, for instance, King Island in Tasmania, where there is a significant lobster trade, they'll now be able to get their product back into the Chinese market. So it's good news for all those workers and all those companies.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't know if you or the department could just give me a bit of an update about the remaining impediments of where we're up to.
Certainly.
In light of also, I think the last couple of years we've had some really good...
some very, very good breakthroughs, including, Senator, breakthroughs on wine and barley. As you're well aware, barley figures for the last 12 months are approximately in the order of $2.5 billion to China, which is up considerably from the equivalent period 4 or 5 years ago, where figures were a considerable order underneath that, something around the $1 billion mark. And equivalently on wine, last 5 months or so, around $450 million in exports of wine to China, again equivalent to the pace and volume of exports prior to the blockages. So we're up around about a $1.1 billion annualised figure on wine. So both of those markets, which you know well about, have been restored in great force. In addition, there's a couple of meat establishments, I understand, where we are continuing to work, as the Minister said, to re-establish accreditation.
Good. And then this is, I guess, on top of the great news from this week as well, the UAE CEPA that was signed by the Minister.
We don't stop delivering for the Australian community, and particularly farmers, winemakers, miners.
Oh, I don't know how he does it. He's got so much energy, hasn't he? I mean,
do you have a clone?
As I said, I think in Parliament recently, this is the best trade minister we've ever had. So well done to you and your team, Minister.
Either that or you can tell
very kind of you.
If you got to follow on from this one, on what issue?
On the lobster trade.
Okay, yeah, sure. Just go for it.
You mentioned when you met with the Chinese counterparts, they committed to that timetable. I didn't know there was a timetable. What is the timetable?
By Christmas.
By Christmas.
They'll resume the trade by Christmas. Okay. That doesn't mean everybody gets back in by Christmas, but the particular significance is that we'd like to start getting our product back there before Chinese New Year.
By supplier, different suppliers, or just general market as they see fit?
Run that by me again.
When, like meat, where we have different meat processors and stuff that are available, not lobsters is just a grade in, or it's available for free market for people to buy from whoever? In
China?
Yeah. So you said
no, you would
not
have,
everyone. Yeah.
Hey?
You're saying not everyone. It's not back to everyone, but
well, not every Australian producer of crayfish will have their product back in on that date, but it'll build up.
Is there a finalisation where they all will?
I'd have to look a bit more closely at what the statement says, but I mean, the thing about, Mr. Mina just read out some figures.
Yep.
In respect of every product that was the subject to an impediment, we are now selling more of that product into China than we were before the impediments were imposed. So already it's looking like wine sales will be greater than they were before the impediment. grain sales are very significantly higher. Meat sales are at record levels, and I think there's actually an upper ceiling, isn't there, that's on meat that we've actually hit already, and it's not even the end of the year, but each product. So it would be my expectation that the same thing will happen with crayfish. And one of the good things is, I mentioned about Emirates. I don't want to focus too much on the great state of South Australia, but China Southern is now flying directly from Guangzhou into Adelaide. The way the trade used to work when Cathay Pacific was transporting the crays was that the diver would get up at the crack of dawn. He'd go out off the coast of Robe. He'd collect his crays. He'd bring them back in. He'd put them back in a tub in the back of a Hilux. As the Hilux was travelling to Adelaide Airport, they'd slowly reduce the temperature. By the time it got to Adelaide Airport, they'd have packed it into some polystyrene packages with a little bit of shaved wood around it. 10 hours later, it had arrived in Hong Kong, and as they're driving into some of those magnificent restaurants in Kowloon or somewhere like that, they'd be lifting the temperature of the crayfish. So they would be eating that afternoon crayfish that had been caught in the Southern Ocean. My expectation would be that when the trade resumes, we'll be doing something very similar in the belly of a China Southern airline into Guangzhou.
Will China be choosing the lobster producers that start first, or have we done that? How is that?
I beg your pardon? There'll be licence procedures. The Chinese, in fairness to them, have been lifting their standards in this area and being more careful and more particular. But two things. We have extremely high standards here in Australia.
Yes.
And the good thing, and one of the very positive things out of the couple of days I spent at the trade fair, the Chinese consumers just love our clean and green image.
They certainly do. And I tell you what, I've learned a few things about planes under the belly. That's why he's the Trade Minister, not us, Ross. Now, before I let you go on this point, Don, Minister. Now, I did notice on your socials you were cooking up a bit of a feast with a chef there. Is it Heidi Duggan? Now, I just want to know, what were you cooking there? It looked like you had a bit of some of our finest produce.
Well, if it was South Australia...
Are you able to just go through what you were just cooking?
Chair, how does this relate to the budget estimates?
Well, it does, because the Minister's using our taxpayer funders through our expenditure program
it would be good
to promote
perhaps
our
if you
image.
could confirm that for the committee before answering
yes.
the final questions.
I'm not sure how you would describe this in other parts of Australia, but if
you look good in an apron, can I
if
just
it was
say?
a barbecue that I was cooking in my vineyard, for instance, we would call it a surf and turf.
Surf and turf.
So this was crayfish that had been provided by that wonderful seafood company, Ferguson's, in Hendon in South Australia, and some New South Wales steak.
Right.
And
Kidman and Co, I'm sure.
Beg your pardon?
Kidman and Co?
No, I don't think it was Kidman, but they would be beautiful steak producers, I'm sure. I read the book The Cattle King. I can highly recommend it.
What was he cooking? Ross, stop distracting.
Anyway, so we had been invited to have to cook with a woman called Heidi Duggan. She's an Australian lady who migrated to China in 29 years ago and she has a highly rated cooking show on mainstream Chinese TV. And so we were direct streaming our surf and turf to her TV show.
Fantastic.
I noticed that the Prime Minister had spotted the event and had said that perhaps I have a future in MasterChef.
I did notice that on your Instagram comments. Yes, Elba did make that comment.
I don't know what to make of that comment, but I did take it. I did take it as a compliment. But everybody who had some of the food said it was absolutely delicious.
Magnificent, I'm sure.
Magnificent. And so...
Good Aussie coaches.
Well, good on you, John.
Being a proud South Australian, are Ferguson's on the list to get their lobsters back into China early?
I would be amazed if they weren't.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, look, we'll have to leave our MasterChef contestant here, but any other questions with the department? Otherwise... We will say thank you very much. Mr Mina, you and your team have done an outstanding job. I know it's been quite challenging. Yes, obviously led by a fantastic minister. But just go and please enjoy the evening tonight, and thank you again for appearing before the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, on that note, we're going to suspend very briefly, not to cook any lobsters or surf and turf, but we're going to have the Export Finance Australia to appear before us. So... we'll suspend and we'll get ready for our next witness. Thank you. Hello, of Export Finance Australia. Now, do you happen to have an opening statement tonight?
A very short one.
Very short?
Senator.
Excellent. We'll keep it short. Off you go. And you're happy to give us a copy afterwards as well?
We can arrange for a copy.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Okay, off you go.
Thank you, Chair. John Hopkins, Managing Director and CEO of Export Finance Australia. Appreciate the opportunity to make some short opening remarks, and I'm pleased to report that Export Finance Australia is working to deliver on our government's mandate to achieve our commercial objectives. As Australia's export credit agency, we're very focused on backing Australian businesses and exporters to expand their operations and take on the world. I'm pleased to report that in the last financial year, we delivered a record of $421 million in finance to small and medium businesses, and our highest commercial account result ever in supporting over $1 billion in finance to Australian exporters and infrastructure development. We're supporting the energy transition across the net zero supply chain through our finance for critical minerals and renewables projects here in Australia. A recent example is Australia's first combined rare earths mine and refinery in the Northern Territory. We are providing up to $325 million US through our critical minerals facility and up to US $75 million through our commercial account. And subject to the passage of legislation currently before Parliament, we're preparing to implement a new role to finance a wider range of domestic projects aligned with the national interest framework as part of Future Made in Australia.
I might just leave it at there at that.
That'd be great. Thank you so much for that. Now, Senator Cadell.
I might take it up exactly where you finished. The change under Future Made in Australia, we say, allows more domestic investment. What specific criteria would be used for planning under the economic resilience and security stream?
Senator, the legislation is still subject to parliamentary approval, obviously, and the framework is still being developed. Yep. I would, at this point in time, I can only refer to the current way that we assess transactions through our commercial account, and then where they don't satisfy our commercial account criteria, we then look to the national interest account. So similar frameworks that already exist in terms of the due diligence that we apply to transactions and similar processes, but obviously much more targeted at the objectives of the framework itself rather than in general terms.
So specific criteria on that one, not yet, but same frameworks?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a limit of funding that you can move from the account to the onshore stuff under?
So we have limits, prudential limits under our commercial account, but under the national interest account, we're basically utilising the government's balance sheet. So there's no limits other than, appropriate conservative lending practices to the projects that you're looking to fund. So
there's no proportion or anything like that. You're limited onshore for domestic purposes versus export?
No, but look, I mean, from our point of view, the purpose of our financing is catalytic under Future Made in Australia. So it
has to be remain that way?
Well, always. I mean, our purpose is to crowd in private finance, and it's no different for Future Made in Australia. So even projects on the national interest account, we are always looking to crowd in private finance or finance from other export credit agencies or like-minded financiers around the world. So, we always look to what partners we can work with when we're looking to provide finance.
Even though the ledge isn't through, we've got the framework, are you creating a pipeline already, or is there interest already? Or
look, there are a number of projects that, we have in our existing pipeline, but also I imagine the government has for consideration for Future Made in Australia, and we'll wait for those to appear or once the legislation has progressed.
So, how, on economic resilience and the security stream that's for export, how do you assess those projects? What are the criteria you go through on those projects?
So for economic resilience, so the beauty for us for Future Made in Australia is there'll no longer necessarily need to be an export link. So it opens up a whole different area of opportunity for us in terms of what financing that we can provide. But we're like any bank. We go through our normal due diligence process around financial risk, counterparty risk. Where we're financing overseas, we're looking at country risk, and obviously the usual credit risk and other issues that we look at, as well as your normal bribery and corruption, environmental, social governance, the whole range of issues we look at.
Okay. Going from a previous SMS question on Monday, it was with environment and communications around electricity, and Future Made in Australia, similar aspect here. What concerned me was the change where you're talking about domestic use versus export use. Their definition at a different department of Australian manufactured was very different to me. So they use the term that every component in a good could be imported as long as it was assembled in Australia. That's Future Made in Australia, manufactured in Australia. Technically, I use the example, if I went to IKEA today, which I did, and bought a bookcase and assembled it in my lounge room, I'd technically, under that guideline, become a furniture manufacturer. Do you look at that, the Australian components and the replacement going forward, or it can be the same way? I can actually import every component and just put it together and it'll be Australian made?
Senator, for national interest transactions, they're obviously considered by the government. There's a whole range of factors that the government would be looking at in relation to these transactions, and Australian content, involvement, the significance of a project or transaction for Australia would all be very important factors that would be considered as primary considerations in terms of financing.
We can't rule out entirely foreign components being assembled here as being funded?
Senator, I wouldn't rule out anything until, I find in this role, as soon as you rule something out, it's the next transaction in our pipeline.
Okay. when we get the same stream, the economic resilience and security stream, what risk management are we putting in there? I mean, you have to do all your prudential. Talk me through that process, what you do in that particular stream, given it's an interesting and very...
So in addition to the financial assessment that we will conduct, we will obviously liaise very closely with our colleagues in DFAT, in the Department of Finance and other departments such as the Department of Industry or other Department of Defence if it was defence related. So there is a lot of back and forth between ourselves and other government departments in relation to transactions, in addition to the due diligence around the normal financing due diligence that we do on transactions. So it's quite an iterative process, and it's not, once we refer a transaction, a lot of work has gone into that referral by government so that there are effectively no surprises when it's being referred to government for consideration.
You mentioned when we're going back national interest transactions, government linked and everything. What transparency and impartiality are around those? If you get told fund it, you're funding it, or how does that work when it comes to
Ultimately we'll get a direction to proceed with the transaction, but that recommendation or that direction is informed by the due diligence that we conduct on the transaction, which forms part of the government's decision-making process.
Forms part of it, but you can give a recommendation not to invest the government?
We don't recommend.
Right.
National interest transactions. We don't have the ability to make that decision, but I can tell you, Senator, we are frank and fearless in our assessments of those transactions, and government has the benefit of those frank and fearless assessments.
Okay. I'm trying to frame this question without being hypothetical, but I think I'm going to get pulled up. So I'll ask historically rather than in the future. Have you put a full and frank assessment of a project on that was suboptimal, shall we say, to government that has been directed to go ahead?
Senator, as I say, we don't make the decision.
No,
the ultimate. So
you give suboptimal feedback.
We are not ultimately the decision maker. So I can't tell you one way or the other whether something is suboptimal or not, because ultimately government has more information than we do when we're referring the transaction to a
From your
decision.
perspective, being suboptimal, though.
Senator, it's not my role to determine whether something's suboptimal or not on the national interest account. I can do it on the commercial account, but not on the national interest account.
Has something gone on the commercial account through a process and you've decided not to invest and been transferred to the national interest account?
I'm not sure we've ever transferred a transaction from the commercial account to the national interest account, but I'll just have to check. If you don't mind, I'll just take that on notice.
Happy to take that on notice. If you want to rotate, otherwise I'll keep going on a different...
No, mate, it's the Cadell show too.
Oh, poor viewers. Quantum deal. If we go there, there's been 2 transactions I've seen published on the Gazette for a $200 million loan and a $75 million loan to Quantum. Is that correct?
There's also an equity component as well through a convertible note.
I'll get to that. Has that full loan been drawn down? Both loans?
Senator, I might just defer to my Chief Investment Officer.
Amanda Copping, Chief Investment Officer. So, Senator, the equity component of that transaction, the $125 million US, has the financing has been advanced as part of that.
Of the $125 million US equity?
Correct. However, in relation to the loan, there are a number of CPs that the company has to satisfy in order to draw down both the tranches of the loan, and they are working through those conditions.
So they haven't got a Senate loans yet?
No, they're working through
Will those loans be designated in Australian or US dollars?
They're Australian dollar loans.
Will they? Okay. Done. So clearly, my next question is redundant because it's had repayments being made, so they won't be there. The Gazette states interest payable only if a default occurs under the loans referred to in this notice, plus a premium equal to consumer price inflation prior to default. So I think I understand that. Can you explain how you guys see that phrase?
The loans both have terms and conditions. In relation to the second loan component, it is structured so that in an event of default, there is principal repayment plus the interest plus a premium, and the premium is CPI escalation.
And that's only the second loan, the $75 million?
Correct.
What's the first one?
200.
Yeah, interest on that or no?
Yes, there's interest on that.
Interest on the first one. Okay. So the second 75 is in effect interest-free loan should they stay in terms, stay compliant. Is that right?
Should they comply with conditions of the loan?
Okay. So the drawdown hasn't happened yet. We're working through that. Are repayments tied to milestones, or are they just general as you go by time period repayments?
Senator, I'll have to defer to my colleague, General Counsel, in terms of the confidentiality requirements. We're very mindful of the confidentiality and what we can and can't disclose in relation to the loan structure.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator. I'm Felicity Shaw, General Counsel at EFA. So, Senator, as is typical of finance agreements, the financing arrangements we have with PsiQuantum contain comprehensive confidentiality undertakings, and all parties, including EFA, are under a contractual obligation not to disclose confidential transaction information.
Okay. So we can know the repayments, we can know things, but not the repayment method or structure or time.
That's correct, Senator. So we have disclosed in the Gazette and the Transaction Register the information that we're required to disclose about the transaction under our legislation and statement of expectations.
Why did it take so long to publish the Gazette? It was 6 months ago, wasn't the announcement made?
Senator, I think I indicated to you at the time, and we were still working on the details of the proper disclosures. So it does take that long. It's not the time frame between, I think it was signing and the disclosure was about 8 weeks. It does take time to work through a process.
No, gathering info, getting smarter. On the equity transaction, 125, how does that transaction work? Is it a convertible, I think
it's a convertible note. So it's effectively a short-term loan that eventually converts into equity.
Again, I think I'm going to end up with Ms Shaw on this question.
There is, as you would expect, there is a conversion mechanism in relation to that, which is linked to the overall equity valuation, the equity process. However, yes, that is commercial in confidence, the nature of that mechanism, Senator.
So the conversion is commercial in confidence. May I ask a question which I think will end up in the same spot? What happens if those conditions are not met?
In relation
in the conversion.
So again, I will defer to our General Counsel in relation to. We're obviously just working through what are our confidentiality requirements that are very particular in relation to the financing, Senator.
And very comprehensive, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. So you can't tell me what the things are for conversion. You can't tell me what they are if we don't meet those conditions either. It just stays in as equity.
It is an equity investment, Senator.
Okay, on page 11 of your report, it says that the Commonwealth receives all income on the national interest account transactions. It also takes responsibility for all risks and losses. Can you explain any potential risks or loss you've allocated or assessed as part of this PsiQuantum deal?
Senator, we have dealt with the PsiQuantum deal and in our financial accounts on the advice of our auditors. So I can refer you to our Chief Financial Officer in relation to that.
Sonia Campbell, CFO and Operating Officer, sorry, my title has just changed. So under the accounting standards, we have, there is a loss that was taken to the profit and loss. It is an accounting loss under IFRS that was done, and that is typical of transactions at early stages.
How much was that accounting loss?
That was, I might have to take that on notice, if you like. I'll have to take it on notice.
Okay, not a problem. Even if you want to have a look now and catch up,
yeah,
I'm here for about 15 minutes, that's fine.
Yep, all right, no problem.
On page 104, it also says that the country receiving the $463 million is the United States of America, and note 4 says that other export destinations yet to be determined. Can you explain what those other destinations under consideration and timeframe for those payments?
Senator, the reason we were able to support the transaction is off the basis of the export of quantum computer services to clearly the United States of America at first instance. Obviously, if the computer is developed and is successful, the company will look to expand the services it provides beyond the United States. So at this stage, we're not able to say exactly which countries they would be, but we would expect them, there we expect to be a number of countries interested in the data coming from such a fantastic asset.
The scary word in that answer was if, and if the computer is developed and if it works, which I don't want to paraphrase, I think that's what you said, where 125 plus potentially 275, 175 US. So let's, I don't know what it's done since the election yesterday, but let's say it's still at 60 cents. 200, 400, call it 500 million on the line. Is that the risks we're talking about? You've taken an accounting loss on this process. We're on the line for a potential $500 million loss if it doesn't work. Is that my reading of this?
Senator, we don't enter these transactions without aiming for a return for government.
Right.
So the transaction hasn't been structured in a way for the government to lose money.
Well, if we pay $500 million and we get nothing, no working product.
And look, that happens with all the lending. Any loan that I make in our organisation is subject to potential default. But this is a type of transaction where there's many different elements, all of which have different values. So it's not just black or white. There's many shades of grey in terms of what success might look like going forward.
Okay, I accept that. Now, a staff issue. We've got potential conflict here on stuff. It is on public record that King, Wood and Mallison signed a contract with the Australian government at the beginning of 23 for a contract for 3.2, and you've disclosed on a disclosure log that staff attended a drinks function on the 13th of August, just 4 days after that in 23. How many EFA staff attended that event?
I might ask our General Counsel. It would be in our disclosure. Did it not say in our disclosure? Can I get back to you? It would be below. I don't have the exact numbers unless my General Counsel does.
I might try, Senator, if I can, to look now and maybe come back in a little bit if I can find that detail for you.
These are all my last lots of questions. So I'll go into other questions on this topic and then we'll go there. Thanks. Did the staff who attended have any input or influence over the decision to award that contract to KWM?
Senator, you're talking about the contract in relation to PsiQuantum?
Yep.
No, they would not have.
Different people?
Sorry, I'll have to get back to you on that. I think it's a question of timing. Did you say the event was in August?
13th of August 23. Yep.
Right. Look, I'll have to check the register.
And so if we go further, I'm happy for all this to be taken on notice now if that's the way you would rather do it, because we're getting Did the staff who attended the function at any point work on the PsiQuantum deal? Would be the next point.
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice.
Yep, that's fine. Yep. Okay. And how were the staff invited to the function? Did they receive an email or was it arranged outside of emails? How was the invite extended by the firm?
Again, Senator, if I could take that on notice.
100%. Thank you, Chair.
You're most welcome. Now, thank you very much. You can go home.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Senator Cruz?
Yeah.
Well, you can go home too, Ross.
No, I have more.
Now, we're going to be welcoming the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, also known as AUSTrade. Come on down. I think I lost my script. Oh no, we're all right. What happened to the other one? Did we get told that it was active? Okay, well, welcome AUSTrade and all your officers. Now, have you, Acting CEO Boyer, have you got an opening statement you'd like to make?
Thanks, Chair. With
A
your
brief one?
indulgence, a very brief one.
Yes,
3.5
please. And you're happy to
minutes.
circulate a copy for us? I think that's already happening as we speak. Wow, look at that.
I'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking Xavier Simonet, who departed Austrade on Friday after 3.5 years as CEO. Austrade's been fortunate to have benefited from Xavier's leadership, diligence and commercial acumen, and on a personal note, I wish him very well in his new role. With our strong commercial focus, Austrade often sees our staff at every level move into and out of the private sector. This is a strength that allows us to stay relevant and represent the interests of both business and government. With any change in leadership, it's opportune to reflect on where we are as an agency and where we're heading. In that context, and very briefly, I'd like to share some of our recent accomplishments and progress towards the achievement of our strategic priorities. Over the last 3 years, we've been steadily growing our culture of performance. We've supported trade clients to diversify into markets across the globe, from India to the Pacific, across Southeast Asia and beyond. We also continue to bring new capabilities through a diverse investment pipeline, supporting the development of key areas of the economy, from renewable energy to critical technologies. During 23-24, we facilitated 2,099 export deals worth $4.5 billion, an Austrade record, helping Australian businesses reach new international markets, and 159 foreign direct investment projects valued at $11.5 billion, the highest investment value in 13 years. With thoughtful and decisive action taken by Xavier and the broader leadership team, we're in a strong and financially sustainable position as an agency. This was no mean feat, considering the rapid scale up and scale down necessary to deliver several COVID-era support programs in a timely manner. This year, we've refreshed our trade and investment strategies, delivering even sharper focus on diversification, on net zero, on economic security, supporting First Nations businesses and trade modernisation. In recent months, we've successfully delivered 10 business missions under the Southeast Asia Economic Strategy and attended by 300 delegates, representing over 200 companies and achieving a notable average satisfaction rate of well over 90%. Lastly, we strategically refocused the Export Market Development Grants Program, which opened for round 4 yesterday. We also engaged hundreds of tourism industry representatives across Australia in 100 consultation meetings to support the development of the Thrive 2030 Phase 2 Action Plan, and released a wide range of new tourism statistical products informing business and government decisions as part of our important tourism policy responsibilities. I could go on, but essentially all of this is to say that Austrade remains in a strong position to continue to deliver for the government, for our clients and for the Australian economy more broadly. My sincerest thanks to Austrade staff for their continued support and their commitment to excellence. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And Senator Cadell, you have the call.
Welcome, Mr Boyer. I'll start with the previous witness. We would have been sitting in the chair last time, Mr Simonet. We'll miss his lovely accent, raising a sense of class in this area when I'm here. What was his last?
You could go into a Kentucky Fried Chicken store and.
I may have read the article where he's there. I'm very excited about that too. Thank you, Minister. What was his last day officially as CEO?
It was, Senator, the 1st of November, Friday the 1st of November, so literally last Friday.
Wait, yeah, okay. When did he put his notice in or give notice of?
Mr Simonet provided his resignation to us on Monday the 30th of September, and it was announced. It was announced on the 1st of October, I think, the day.
And that article we're talking about is the 2nd of October, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So, yep. Okay. Given in that article where it's out, is saying there is Collins Foods, KFC proprietors and Taco Bell, God love them. It says following a global-wide search. Minister, were you aware or was the Department aware he was looking for other jobs? You don't just get a global-wide search job overnight?
No.
Okay.
But he was kind enough to let me know as soon as he'd had the approach that was what he was intending to do. And like Daniel, I wish him all the very best. He was a very fine leader of this wonderful organisation.
And were Austrade officials all notified on that 30th September, or was that they were all?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now, given that I was this next
Sorry, I
question,
should clarify, Senator. Austrade senior officials,
Senior
like myself and Ms Woodburn, were notified on the 30th of September. The announcement was made the next day.
Right, okay. Next question has been updated because someone has sent me an ad for the job today. I think they either want me out of here or just want me to use it tonight. So the CEO recruitment has been started. Who is the contract with? Is it contracted or to recruit this person, or is it being done internally? Or
it's actually, I might ask Ms Woodburn to go through the details, but it's actually being run by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So because it's the Austrade CEO position, the head of the portfolio, that is the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Ms Adams, is responsible for the recruitment process.
There you go.
Melissa Woodburn, Chief Operating Officer. Thank you for the question, Senator. I can confirm that DFAT has engaged an executive search function, Future Leadership, to assist in identifying potential applicants for the CEO position.
Okay. Is it for a contract period? And how long is that contract period?
It is for a contract period. Sorry, just bear with me.
I believe it's 5 years. Senator, but we'll correct ourselves.
Sorry, the CEO position. Yeah, it's a 5-year. It's a 5-year position.
I'm not interviewing. I'm just saying.
Do you need a reference?
What you told me earlier. Yeah, that's right. Do we know what is it Future Leadership? Is that?
That's correct.
Do we know what the value of that contract is?
Yeah, I can tell you that, Senator. So it is a fixed fee of $72,000 plus GST.
And was that a competitive process, or that was a go-to?
There were quotes sought from multiple providers.
Okay. And that was undertaken through Department of Finance Government Executive Research or Search Panel, or not done through that? It was just done through DFAT.
I believe so, but that's a question for DFAT. DFAT undertook the procurement. We can.
I'll put that on notice. That's fine. Yep. Of concern is if we go on the website now, and I doubt the ability of the people here, half of the top 10 executive are acting in roles. I think on the website it says at the moment. Is that true, or is that just website not updated?
I'd say that's not correct, Senator. So at the senior levels, obviously I am acting and Mr Horn is acting in my substantive position. We have a new Deputy CEO for Policy and Programs, replacing Ms King.
Okay, so I'll go through all the ones that say on the website.
Yep.
Chief Executive Officer acting, Deputy CEO acting.
Yep.
General Manager, Government and Policy acting, General Manager, Investment acting, General Manager, Digital and Technology Service acting.
Yes, that's right.
That would be 5 in my count.
That's 5, but you have to count also, Senator, the 7 senior executives we have overseas, all of whom are on fixed-term contracts as well.
And they're not listed on there.
They're not listed there, okay.
Yep.
So 5 acting in Australia.
Yep.
Out of how many in Australia?
There are of agency head band 3 and band 2, I believe it is 9, so 5 out of 9.
What's being done on those jobs too? I'm sure you'd love it permanently. What's going on there?
Actually, I wouldn't, Senator.
You've got to encourage people to apply, mate. Don't do that.
I would love it, except for
it's not very fair.
I'm very happy, Minister, to share my my lack of personal ambition. As I've said to a couple of people, I would prefer to remain married. I've made a commitment to my wife, and I intend to keep it. But in answer to your question, Senator, which I'm now going to ask you to repeat because I've forgotten as I got
what's being done with the 5 roles in Australia? So, how far along are we making permanent?
So one of those roles, the General Manager of Government and Policy, we're just about to start a recruitment process. One of the reasons we had to wait was until Ms Williams began as the Deputy CEO. That role reports to her, so instead of filling that at the time, we thought it was best that she go through the process and fill it. Obviously, you know what's happening to the Chief Executive Officer position. We're going through a process. At that point, I will, when the new CEO is chosen, I will slip back to my position. Mr Horn will slip back to his position as the General Manager of Investment.
Everyone takes a back seat. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Done. Understood.
Please rest assured that everything's continuing as it was in Austrade, and we're continuing to kick goals every single day.
Take that on. So there's really only one position that needs to be filled, and everyone goes back to where they are, or the two? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the general manager in digital.
Okay, that's fine. So when we go forward to continuity, the process that has started for one, the digital and the CEO, they're the three positions that are being recruited. Is that right?
And not the digital position at the moment. So the general manager government has been...
That will need to be recruited.
That will need to be recruited and will be done in fairly short order. And the CEO obviously will be done in fairly short order as well.
Okay. I have no more on that. Now we go to my favourite question of all time, the simplified trade system. Straight away, if we can go to that. Thank you. So, the never-ending story. There is progress being made. I get the simplified trade system. We're getting closer all the time. But given the reason this started many, many, many moons ago, was that I'm going back historically, reading that it had to reduce the 145 ICT systems or over 200 regulations that are in the system. Have we reduced that number? Is there less ICT systems or less regulations after $400 million of spending on this?
Thank you, Senator. Jessica Hamilton, I'm the General Manager of Simplified Trade, Communication and Marketing. That assessment of the cross-border status was completed at the commencement of the simplified trade reforms.
Yep.
We haven't done an official recount of those regulations. What I can say is that there are still the same number of ICT systems that are required in order for us to manage the cross-border. What we have done, though, is simplify some of the interfaces that businesses have with accessing those ICT systems to save them time and to make it easier for them to navigate their goods exports or imports across the country. There's also a number of let me just get the right number. We've also abolished 457 nuisance tariffs to simplify processes further, and there's been a number of digital products that have been created, as I mentioned, for the interface, but that also includes the Go Global Toolkit, which Austrade launched a number of years ago and continues to develop to support businesses.
Do you think there is a timeline where we see less than 145 ICT systems?
It is complicated work. We are working with our colleagues across the federal government to prioritise the work that will make the biggest impact for business. My colleague, Daniel Curtis, the head of the Simplified Trade unit in Austrade, may like to build on that.
Thank you, Daniel Curtis, head of the STS unit. So the number of systems, of course, contributes to the complexity, but number of the systems isn't necessarily the most significant feature here. Really, what we're driven by are a number of factors. We want an easier process for businesses of all sizes, and what that looks like will be different for large businesses and small businesses. We also want a sustainable and a reliable system. And when we look at those factors and we talk to businesses, of course, they want government to continue incremental reforms. They don't want what business would describe as a big bang change where new systems are switched on and old systems are switched off. So that gradual change is something that is supported by business. Some of the investments that have been made to date have, particularly with some of the older systems, tested new technologies that show that modern approaches can be implemented, and some of those are already delivering benefits to businesses. These are things like with some of the biosecurity systems that Department of Agriculture is implementing. Businesses don't have to pick up the phone to find out if something's been cleared. They can now log into services using digital ID and actually see the status of their consignments. So there is meaningful progress that's being made, but that hasn't translated to switching off legacy systems.
And that's, when we go, that was one of the goals to do this. 450 million is a big number. We've heard just before on EFA they've spent that much on quantum computing. Given this is not this government, this has been over many governments and much time, a whole lot of time. And we haven't even got a timeline for when we might start getting those original goals and start reducing the number of IT systems. And
Senator, the total commitment to date has been 497 million.
That doesn't make that a better thing.
There is, but what I mean to say is from this financial year, there's still 140 million that is being implemented.
Right.
But it takes time for some of the benefits of those, even investments that were made last year, to flow through to business. There is a lag from that investment through to the outcomes for business.
So how much are you saying has been spent?
So in terms of the commitment, and sorry, I'd have to do a quick subtraction.
Yep.
I can get out the calculator to give it to you in a quick term.
Yep.
I should have paid more attention in primary school maths. 355 million.
355
roughly.
spent.
That's right in terms of commitments. And 142 million from this financial year.
Yep.
In terms of the timeline, the commitments go out until 2026-27 based on current investment, and there's delivery that's happening each financial year between now and then. As we've given in evidence before, the process is really never entirely complete. The world of trade is always changing, and the investments that we're delivering from this financial year will continue to make those incremental improvements. Investments beyond what's already committed is really a matter for government.
Given that by the end of 27 financial year, 26-27, we may be two more governments down the path, and that being agnostic as to who they are, will we see one less ICT system at least by the end of 27 with your commitments?
Senator, I expect that to be the case. But I'd go back to the previous evidence that more important than the number of systems would be the outcomes for business. Okay. So we would expect to see significantly simpler processes.
Okay. Within the recently released Austrade annual report, it states that in December 2003, the government announced a 3-year STS regulatory reform roadmap, which is simplifying, aligning cross-border trade regulations and enabling a shift to paperless trade. Is that roadmap published? I couldn't find it.
Senator, the roadmap isn't published. What we have done is consult with business on individual reforms that are part of that. So to give you an example, in April and May, we consulted on the policy frameworks for border controls, fit and proper persons reforms. Another reform as part of that program, the Attorney General's led model law on electronic transferable records. It's a UN model law that enables paperless trade. That's just completed a public consultation process. And as we go forward over that 3-year period, we'll continue to come back to business and consult on each stage of reforms.
But a roadmap exists. It is done. It's written?
Correct.
Can you give that to us?
Currently, it's a government document, Senator. It's not one that we. It's not a public document.
It's a government document. Is it in cabinet or is it just in cabinet?
It was prepared for those purposes.
Okay. Going back to the number, could you on notice provide an update of the financial expenditure on the STS? Is that okay?
Is that for STS overall?
Yes, STS overall.
Yes, on notice.
Yep. What oversight has Austrade had with Melita, with the program? What have we done there?
At a number of levels. So we've established with the STS unit coming into Austrade a range of governance mechanisms. So we have an STS portfolio board that Ms Hamilton chairs that has oversight of all of the STS programs. And we also have direct involvement in all of the regulatory reform. So we speak to Attorney General's Department regularly.
So there's regular updates from Attorney Generals on that?
Yes, Senator.
You don't have to seek them? There's a set process on what that happens?
We are very closely engaged on that, Senator.
What's the most recent advice you've been given by the AG on Melita and its progress?
I'd have to take the exact date on notice, Senator, but it would have been within the last 1 or 2 weeks.
Do we require Melita for the STS to progress further, or is it?
Senator, Melita isn't required for all of the benefits.
I'm sorry, I just coughed that. I couldn't hear over the cough. Yeah.
The Melita isn't required for for all or for indeed many of the benefits, and indeed many countries around the world that haven't yet implemented MILITA have implemented trade modernisation programs. But this is something that the business has, in consultation processes, advised government is a high priority for them, and it's something we've been pleased to be able to take forward.
Okay. Since there's been a change, I don't know when the change was, but Home Affairs and Ag Ministers have changed. Have they been part of the interdepartmental meetings yet, the actual ministers?
The actual ministers, so there is an arrangement for the Minister for Trade, Minister for Home Affairs, Minister for Agriculture to jointly meet and discuss simplified trade system reforms. That hasn't taken place yet.
Hasn't taken place. Okay. Within a Quan number 462, you're asked, can you notify any interdepartmental committees you or the task force chaired and whether you'll remain in place when it's a unit? We didn't get a response to QON 462.
Senator, I'm happy to provide that. So I may not have that Quan in front of me, but I'm happy to provide that information now.
Okay.
So if the question was IDCs that the task force participated in, is that correct?
Yes.
So the task force chaired a number of governance committees, including a Deputy Secretary Steering Committee and an STS Program Board. It also participated in a range of cross-government IDCs, which included a Digital Committee, Australian Government Architecture, a committee called Cutting Cross-Border Trade Costs, a committee on digital identification, a committee on digital trade, and a committee on removal of nuisance tariffs.
Okay.
Senator, do you mind if I just cut in quickly, just to clarify an answer to a question that you asked before when Mr Curtis said that the ministers hadn't met.
Yep.
There was due to be a meeting, and Minister Farrell did meet with the Minister for Agriculture, Minister Collins. Unfortunately, the Minister for Home Affairs was unable to come, so there was a discussion at that point, but they deferred the tripartite meeting between the three ministers to a later date.
May I ask when that was?
That was the 10th of October, Senator.
Okay. Maybe, can I get the dates and the names of those? I couldn't write that fast. I wasn't even going to try.
We're very happy to provide those, Senator.
Yeah. Yes, let's say that live over an estimates hearing. That'd be great. Okay, so has the financial commitment, has the financial spend gone down on STS, or is...
There's been no change, Senator, since the last estimates.
Over the last couple of years, has it? It seems to be slower spend.
Do you mean the
actual expenditure?
The rate of expenditure. I'm not quite sure the best way to. We can certainly provide on notice if it assists.
Well, if we go back on notice,
budget.
the expenditure. If we go back to 2021, and just go forward from there, that'd be great.
Yep. So in 2021, the total STS funding allocated was 13.94 million.
Yep.
In 21-22,
yep,
the total was 95.87 million.
Yep.
In 22-23, the total was 108.84 million.
Yep.
In 23-24, that total is 136.79.
Yep.
For 24 and 25, it's 91.78 million.
Yep.
And then moving forward to 25 to 26, it's 39.99. 26 to 27 is 9.61.
Yep.
And 27 to 28 is 1.04 at this stage. And that's the same numbers as the last time we appeared.
Okay. So it's going to be done by then. If we're not spending money, it'll be finished. It'll be great. One ICT system.
We'll certainly make progress, Senator.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. That's the end of that. I am going to go to tailored trade support now, if I can. But just one question I didn't ask that the voices from above have asked me to on the recruiting process. How long is the contract for the CEO recruitment for? Is for a period of time, or?
As in the contract with the recruitment agency?
Yeah.
I'd have to take that specifically on notice.
Or potentially ask it to DFAT on notice.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Understood. It's not even close, unfortunately.
Jeez, Rossi, come on, mate.
If you want to have a rotate, I can do that.
No way. You have got the call. The sooner you're done, the sooner we're going home.
Why did Austrade decide to recommence charging for tailored trade support? Was there a reason behind that?
Thanks, Senator. I'll pass to my colleague, Mr Meek, in a second to answer the question. But I'd say we obviously suspect we've been charging for many decades, of course, for our services as consistent with the requirements of the Department of Finance around those services. We suspended that charging arrangement during COVID for obvious reasons, but that was only ever meant to be a temporary arrangement, and then we've restarted the charging process as of the 1st of October.
Okay. I think last estimates of the one before, they all merge into one. I think we're talking about a loss in $21 million in operating income. Has this charge...
Yeah, sorry, Senator, finish your question.
Is this charge been introduced to try and recoup that? What do we expect to recoup from this charge?
That's a very good question. We've got some early thoughts. Just to be clear, though, the 21, and Ms Woodburn can correct me if I'm wrong, the 21 million loss was a projected loss.
Yep.
The actual loss ended up being about $2 million. Is that correct, Ms Woodburn, or am I wrong?
So $19 million betterment?
Yeah, well, yes, and potentially Ms Woodburn can go into some of the ways in which we managed to recoup some of the money. Obviously, it's always best to look at a worst-case scenario and then work back from there. Yeah. In terms of the amount that we expect to recoup from charging, it's a good guess, really, because it's been quite a long time since we've gone through this process where we're guessing. When we were doing it last, we were raising somewhere between $1.5 and $2.5 million per year. So it's not a huge amount of money, no, Senator.
Okie dokie. I'll move on from there. We'll go on to ROI on funding programs if we can. Can you please... I'm probably going there. Can you provide data on the ROI can be on notice for the following programs? The EMDGs, do we calculate that?
We've got some interesting information, don't we, Ms Palmer, about the value of EMDGs, so you might want to talk about that.
Yeah, give me a spray and we'll see what we'll go here.
So we do have some independent analysis. Senator Samantha Palmer, General Manager, Visitor Economy and Client Programs. As part of the work to evaluate the program, we had Swinburne do some work for us, and I'm very happy to take that on notice.
Okay, if we can get that. Tourism Tropical Queensland.
Yes, we can take that. We can take that on notice. I'm not sure that we've done an ROI calculation, Senator, but I can certainly look at what we can report to you in relation to the return to government for the expenditure as part of that grant program.
National Tourism Icons Program.
Yes, again, that's a program that we can look at what we can report on. That's a 2019 election commitment program from quite some time ago, indeed. Yes.
Going back. International Freight Assistance Program.
Yes, we did do some, Mr Meek might have some more information than me, but we did do some work evaluating the IFAM program. Do you have anything, I mean, we're happy to take it on notice, but I don't wonder whether you've got anything, Jay, that you might have available now or not.
I'll take a shake of a head that he doesn't need to introduce himself.
Yep, JB, General of Trade, I'll take it on notice.
Thank you very much. And Recovery for Regional Tourism.
Yes, Senator, I can take that and provide some information on what we have in relation to the evaluation we completed on that.
Okay, so you've got it, we'll get it, and that's fine. I'll take that there because we're not going to take too long. The other question I have, going back to a previous one, going back to the recruitment stuff, what amount has been expended by the department on external recruitment services or executive searches in the last 2 years? Do you have that? 23, 24, 24, 25?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. Thank you.
And an itemised list of which services?
We'll put that on notice as well. We'll take that.
Thank you very much. Slow return tourism regionally, coming from the bush, a few nationals and stuff like that, we aren't seeing the projection of these tourists back into our regions. So how do you assess the current pace of the international tourism? I know a lot of countries are we've got tourism coming back to full spec. Australia's not there yet, and they're not going. So how are you assessing the tourism trade?
No, it's a great question, Senator. I might ask Ms Palmer and potentially Mr Ferris, if he's here, whether they've got some data that might be helpful.
Yep.
Yes, Senator. So while I wait for Mr Ferris to come to the table, he's in charge of Tourism Research Australia, which is part of Austrade.
Yep.
We saw particularly strong domestic and international travel growth in 2022 and 2023. And in 24, the recovery of international travel has continued, but it's been at a slower pace. Interest rate rises and the cost of living pressures have reduced domestic travel demand growth.
Yep.
So whilst we've been seeing trips, so Australians are still, particularly domestically, taking trips, the number of nights that they take is being adjusted in relation to those cost of living pressures. One of the things that we actually have been doing is looking at a range of data sources, Senator. So we've been publishing our what we call mobility data, and that data is available down to regional level. We produce that every month in a dashboard that makes it easy for people to see. And whilst we produce our official statistics using the National Visitor Survey, that mobility data as experimental data, which we're shifting to from next year, is there to provide alternative and additional data sources to support people's understanding of a much bigger data set in terms of people's movement around the country. So Mr Ferris has joined us now, so I might let him continue the story.
Hi, Senator, and thanks for the question. So there's probably a couple of things I'd add there. So on the international side, the recovery is certainly still ongoing. So for the year to June...
Travellers are okay, but tourists as travellers aren't as good, is my anecdotal.
So holiday is now back to being the biggest share. So it's sort of evolved as things have gone on since the pandemic. So what we saw sort of in that very immediate period that was really dominated by the visiting friends and relatives category. So people reconnecting with their families here and their families overseas. We've gradually seen that holiday share come back and be the stronger and larger share now. But it is certainly further from recovery than the visiting friends and relatives segment, which is pretty much back to where it was pre-COVID.
Regionally, I myself, Senator Green, different places. We've got the dashboard for different areas. Are you looking at the regional impact of travel? Is that visible anywhere other than the dashboards? Yeah.
So we are so regional, particularly for domestic travel, actually bounced back much faster than it did for the cities.
Yep.
So obviously with the lockdowns, which primarily sort of impacted those urban areas, and it was a much bigger share in that immediate post-COVID period than it typically has been in the past. Where we are now, it's back to around its historical share of visitor numbers.
Are there historical share, but numbers are still low? Is there any plans afoot to increase numbers again outside what we're doing currently?
So, I mean, domestically, that's something that's certainly driven by the states and territories and their marketing agencies, is sort of more so than us. So that's certainly something on their mind, and I know they've got a number of programs in place to do that.
Do you collaborate with them?
We do, yeah, in a number of different ways.
In a formal system or ad hoc, or how is that?
So there's a number of layers to that, Senator, and Ms Palmer might wish to add to that. So there's a formal ministers meeting, which Senator Farrell chairs, with all of the state and territory ministers and Tourism Australia. Underneath that, there is a committee of all the heads of the state and territory agencies that Austrade chairs. And then underneath that, there's a number of working groups. So I chair a data and research committee that sits underneath that.
Okay. Does that data research committee look at ROI on tourism infrastructure or tourism investments, or what does it look at?
So the committee sort of has multiple purposes. So in terms of our formal data collection, so the National Visitor Survey and the International Visitor Survey, that is co-funded by the states and territories. So they are partners in that activity. So we obviously work with them quite closely on how those surveys are managed and the results we're seeing from those. And we also, within Tourism Research Australia, have a research and insights team that looks at a whole range of different questions. So, for example, we publish the tourism forecasts, which are due to come out shortly. We do a state of the industry report each year, and within that we're trying to highlight sort of areas that are doing well and areas of challenge. And obviously over the last few years that's coming out of COVID, there's been a range of different things we've tried to highlight there.
Okay. So just fishing though, if I go up to visit Senator Green's part of the world, I'll go to the
Welcome.
I've been there many times. I took a photo outside your office. I go to the aquarium up there. Big investment, big spend. Do we ever look at results versus those sort of investments going forward in the tourism space?
Which? The aquarium?
Yeah.
The privately owned one?
Yeah. Yeah, but they've invested that. I just want to see, does that drive...
So probably it would be difficult within our survey data, which is obviously collected nationally. We do take a very large sample, but just at the level of an individual project, it just wouldn't show
We don't say destination. No, that's fine. I just want to know a destination investment if that was there. Okay, thank you very much.
Senator, if I can just add, we do produce annually a tourism investment monitor document. So we do take quite a bit of effort in TRA to.
Is that on your website? I haven't.
Yes, absolutely. So that's
maybe send me a link. I couldn't natively find my way to it.
Oh, no
Is that
problem.
okay?
No problem. We can certainly do that. But it is very useful to know that over the course of the past 3 years, tourism investment in terms of infrastructure projects have increased considerably. And so even though we had a period in COVID where things were slower, as you would expect, coming out of COVID, the level of investment into tourism infrastructure has been increasing over a variety of projects, both in terms of sporting, cultural recreation, transport, etc. So all and hospitality and accommodation. So there's certainly been an increase over a number of years of tourism investment.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I got on that area. I'm going to go back to live sheep for 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
You're flogging that sheep again.
Yeah, I'm flogging a live sheep. Obviously, the ban comes in 2028. We spoke last time here. I might let you speak, Mr. Weeks, this time. About what we were doing to support the industry up until the ban. What exactly are we doing to assist the industry until the ban? I think there's been some funding, so yeah, what are we doing?
So thank you, Jay Meek, General Manager for Trade. So Senator, last time I was here, I think you asked me what's the plan?
Yep.
And so we've actually done quite a bit of work since, and have been since obviously being funded for this, which basically is really working.
How much funding have you got now?
We have approximately $9 million over 3 years. And that's geared toward obviously helping the uptake or increased demand for sheep meat products. So we've been working very closely with DAF, and we've been working very closely with the MLA. And what we've been building out is a forward schedule of key events and activities that will ultimately support the key sheep meat exporters in Australia. There's about 168 sheep meat exporters, approximately, and that encompasses lamb and mutton. And probably the top 10 of them move over about 90% of the product moving forward. So, Senator, what we've got is a forward schedule, and actually timely, given estimates on this week, is actually yesterday in China at CIIE that we saw lamb being featured during that event. And we've got 5 sort of hero events, and most of those events happen from now through to Q4 next year. So that includes CIIE, Food and Hotel Asia, Gulf Foods, FoodX in Japan, and IFE in London are some of the major events. We also have some secondary trade shows, and we also have a number of activities, regional activities and market activations at supermarkets that are being planned around this. It's probably worth pointing out with the MLA, we're doing a cooperation agreement with them to make sure that it's additionality, it's not duplication.
You're making sure that is...
Absolutely. I suppose probably one of the ways that we can differentiate is that they represent the industry, they do it at a macro promotional level, but what Austrade does is actually the B2B component.
Okay.
So we'll be working with those actual exporters, sitting down on their global strategies and seeing how we can look at, for example, markets in India, where we've got FTAs, or the UK, where we've got quotas, and in particular in the Middle East, about how we leverage those to actually create demand.
Okay. I think it's right, I'm not sure, always be careful asking questions. MLA got another 3 million on top of your 9 million, is that correct? Or they got 3 million of your 9 million?
So obviously it's a program being run through DAF.
Yep.
And it's probably best for me to let them talk what that funding will be.
But you said you're working with MLA anyway.
Yeah, we are. And just so to be clear is that we're not funding a grant to MLA. We're working in partnership, which is the key.
Understood. You talk about additionality of getting new markets. Are we focusing on Western Australian suppliers more so than other thing they'll be mostly affected, or is it just sheep meat as a...
So a combination of both. So most of the major meat exporters, some have assets in Western Australia, but typically are headquartered in East Coast Australia.
Right.
So maybe to break it down into a couple of parts, that we'll work with those meat exporters and those events that I sort of highlighted to create the demand on the B2B front. And it will ultimately be national, but we are particularly looking at Western Australia. And so a couple of examples I'll give you is that we've got global food company Minerva, has processing and abattoir assets in Western Australia. They're co-funded by the Saudi Arabian Livestock Investment Company. We also have what's effectively known as WAMCO, the Western Australian Meat Marketing Cooperative, who has processing facilities, and they're actually putting in a second lamb processing line. They're actually building accommodation for their workforce in Katanning. And you've got down in Bunbury, V&V Walsh, an abattoir facility that's just built an extension to this cold storage facility for processing. Another piece I think it's probably worth putting, which is part of our funding, was around Trade Start. We had additional funding for additional Trade Start person. We're at the very final stages, and this will come forward later, about putting a Trade Start person in the southwest of Western Australia. And that person will work with us with key exporters, but also what they'll do is they'll share intelligence with the farming community about what demand looks like for lamb and mutton products internationally.
Okay. Given, I think live trade last full year was about 640,000 head. Are you looking at KPIs of replacement like for like? Is there guidelines as to what the goals are, or obviously as much as possible, but are we looking at success or failure as balancing that?
Yeah, so under our program, I suppose what we're looking is increased demand, and if my numbers are right, I think we're currently this financial year, 23-24, at about 4.78 billion of sheep meat products being exported, and there's actually been quite a good increase by demand in that space. We've also seen New Zealand's flock drop by about 1.2 million lambs, which are direct competitors to us, which puts us in a fairly good position to obviously see Australian meat products being substituted in it. In terms of performance, we haven't actually set a target of what that benchmark will be, partially because it's dependent on flock size. And if flock size reduces,
you can't do that.
We can't do it. We can't achieve it. And that's obviously weather dependent. If there's a shortfall in rain, obviously farmers will reduce, obviously, sheep production.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, what I don't want to see is reducing production because the market's not there, though. Yeah. That's the fear, though. Yeah. Will you have a responsibility for the ag councillors?
No, that's managed by DAF.
Okay. In our DAF official, Andrew McDonald said the transition package funding was not expected to start flowing through until July 25. As of 30 September, only $900,000 of the entire $139 million transition package had been spent. How much of that was how much have you spent of your?
So within that whole package of 139.7 million, there is a subset for creating demand of 27 million.
Yep.
And we have 9 million of that funding.
Yep.
Over the forward years. The breakdown of that funding for this financial year is $537,621 on staff costs, specifically into the Middle East and North Africa, and 2.42618 on program costs.
That's this year.
That's this year. And so far to date, we've spent only $100,000, but we've got a forward commitment of about 2.42 million, and as I mentioned earlier, most of the events start from now through to Q4, so the activity starts around that.
Extra events, additionality, really kicking off now. The planning's done now, the rubber hits the road.
Yeah, and so leveraging programs like the Ambassador program, the Meat Academy run by the MLA, of how we draw off of that and work together.
Okay. So it'll be 3 million a year going forward in profile?
It's
3 years?
Broadly about 3 million.
Yeah. Give or take. Can Austrade please expand on the Enhancing Market EMDG Grants Program Round 1, which is due to open today, tomorrow? Yesterday. There you go. Wishing away my life. There you go. Yeah, how are we going on that? What's the process?
Senator, do you mind if I actually go back to one of your ROI questions while I've got my folder open? So you asked
Give me 2 seconds.
Just quickly, it'll save time in terms of the work associated with the question on notice. Recovery for Regional Tourism Program paid $47.5 million in grants. That funded 83 projects over the course of the program. They were demand-driving projects and industry and business capability projects and support for events and business for meals and festivals. In terms of the final evaluation, 585 direct full-time equivalent tourism jobs were created in 2021 and 2022 across 9 regions that were funded, and an additional 3,443 indirect full-time equivalent tourism jobs were
Job years or full-time?
Full-time equivalent jobs.
Job years, yeah, okay.
Yeah, jobs
Yep.
for those 2 years in 2021 and 2022. And where sales campaigns were able to record and attribute outcomes, because not every project had a sale, 709,500 additional interstate visitors were recorded directly as a result of the program. So that's our ROI calculation.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Let's go to EMDG.
That's right.
Lovely.
Now I've got to go back now.
So, Senator, we opened round 4 of EMDG yesterday. Which can I just, if you don't mind me putting on record my gratitude and thanks to all the team across Austrade, as there were many people. You do mind. There were a lot of people involved in getting the program up and ready to deliver yesterday. We opened the round for representative bodies first. So representative bodies are one of the 4 tiers. Now, they're the smallest group in terms of the tiers, and so from a risk management perspective, we articulated the grant numbers and funding allocation for each tier, and so we're able to segment and open just for rep bodies yesterday. As at today, we have 80 completed applications. We have a number of others that are sitting in draft. And of course, we open next Tuesday for tiers 1, 2 and 3. And one of those tiers has a new requirement to complete our export readiness test, either doing it for free through our system, or you can comply by showing evidence of having done export readiness training through a number of other certified providers. And we have to date 350 businesses who have already completed that export readiness testing and passed the test in order to be able to apply for tier 1. So we're ready to go for next week, and we're very excited about having reformed the program, strategically refocused it, and having all of the guidelines released 3 months ago so that people could prepare.
When do we think the funding will go out to the round 1?
When will the funding be allocated? So I think we talked last time, Senator, about the fact that we're following a normal grant cadence. So applications for grant programs in a normal way would be done the year before the grant activity year. So the grant activity year for round 4 is 2025-26 and 26-27.
Do we know when we're targeting that?
So we're targeting to make our first payment in the first week of July for those businesses who have both assigned their grant agreement. So not everybody who is assessed as eligible and offered a grant agreement will necessarily agree to sign on. And the amount that we're going to pay is $20,000. So the requirements for the program are that businesses can show that they have $20,000 in the bank ready to go to match our grant. And that makes sure that we are less likely to have underspend because businesses are ready to go. So we'll be ready to pay our $20,000 to match their $20,000. But we, of course, want to assess the risk because moving from a program where we pay in arrears means that we can manage underspend much more easily. When you pay up front, you introduce risk and the likelihood of actually having to seek repayment if the business doesn't move forward. So we will, of course, risk assess that and again check prior to the payment.
How does that work now? If I've got 20 grand in the bank now, I say, here's my 20 grand, I can match it, but I don't get it to July, I would have gone through that 150 times in my business before.
So we'll check again just
You'll
before
check
we
again.
make the payment.
Okay. Okay. And round 2, when do we expect that to be?
So this is round 4 of the program.
Yep.
So the next time we will run a round is in 2 years. So
2 years,
each of these rounds are now 2 years.
2 years.
So businesses apply for 2 years if they have 2 years of eligibility. If they only have 1 year left, they apply for 1 year, of course. Or you can choose to apply for 1 if you don't want to apply for 2. But we're not planning to do another round for 2 years.
That's great. That is all I will do. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
thank you,
I
guys.
might just make a comment on that sheet issue. I think it's worth noting that sheet meat exports are at record levels at 629,000 tonnes, which is significantly up on last year, but significantly up on any other period in our history.
And we hope it gets even higher.
Okay. You can bet on it, Senator.
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, good night, everyone. Now we're going to have Tourism Australia.
Had trouble keeping Mr. Horn quiet then, didn't we? I haven't got a lot. This will be okay.
All right. Well, I do welcome now. Gee whiz, that name tag you've got there, Pip, is so small I could barely read it. Anyway, like I know who you are.
Pip Harrison.
Yeah, I do know who Pip Harrison is, the Managing Director of Tourism Australia. But if I was to read that name tag, they've shrunk.
Okay, I will make sure that we increase it for next time. Apologies for that.
In cold water since last
I mean,
You're going to be all right.
something's happened. Anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
Now, do you have an opening statement?
I do have
brief
one, and
opening
I'm going to table it.
Well, I was going to say, or we could just table it.
To try and curry some favour with the committee.
All right. Okay, excellent. Well, Ross Cadell, Senator Cadell, you've got the call.
Sure, you may not be here that long. In regard to aviation, in your annual report from May, it says 101% of international seat capacity has returned. What percentage of those are being filled?
I'm not sure. I might see if we can get that answer about the average loads coming into Australia. Because I've got capacity numbers, but I might see.
Well, give us more if you've got them. Throw them at us. Yep.
Capacity numbers? Yeah. Okay. As of, do you want them by country?
No. If you want to table them by country, let's just do that.
Yeah. I mean, I've got it by country. It varies by country.
Table it later.
But it's about 101%. Yeah. It does vary across the year, but it's more or less back. It's just a different 100%. There's some new routes in there. In fact, over the last year, 7% of the routes across Asia Pacific are new routes.
Okay. I think the numbers saying we're still down 1.2 million visitors internationally. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're about 10 to 15% below. Yeah.
So my concern is this: we have 100% say plus of capacity, but we're down in actuality. But prices are still quite high for flights. What can we do to increase competition?
Yeah, so prices are normalising in the international space. Right. So prices have gone down from, I'm just going to talk in broad numbers, 56% down to about 26% above 2019, which is kind of in line with 5 years of growth. So prices are starting to go down in the international stage. What we're finding is that, the last sort of 10 to 15% of international visitors is a little bit sticky and coming back. And I know that you just talked to Austrade about that. But what we do is we have a look at our competitors around the region just to see, if it's an Australia issue or if it's not. And actually we're finding that the Southern Hemisphere across the board, so New Zealand, South Africa, and even to an extent, I know they're not in the Southern Hemisphere, the US and Canada are still a bit down. So, so people are still staying a little bit closer to home, and that's around cost of living crisis and just people just not travelling as far. Okay, I've got the answer. Average loads into Australia are at around 85%.
Right.
Which kind of marries up the numbers.
With about the right numbers, yeah that's right. Do you think there are any markets that we're underserving with our air routes at the moment? South Korea, Malaysia, Hong Kong. Is there more capacity on some bilateral routes?
Well, actually, we've got more capacity with South Korea than we've ever had, 135%.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are there any others that you think we should potentially target a bit more?
Look, I think we're doing pretty well from an aviation point of view. I don't know that there's any significant gaps. I mean, it's great to see that Emirates are coming back to Adelaide, so there's a few...
Do you want to say that again? No, one more time.
Just to Adelaide.
I think you've pricked the minister's ears.
We're also seeing China Southern coming back to Perth to be a bit more national about it.
And Adelaide.
And Adelaide, there you go. So we are seeing that some of those crucial inbound routes that we've been focusing on are starting to come back now. So we're really happy with that as well.
Okay. Do you think, my thing as regional tourists, the anecdotal stuff is we're not seeing people go beyond the big cities as much. There was that initial peak where domestic was there, but international people aren't. Stay nights. Are you seeing that? Is that reflected in data?
No, actually, the people who are coming back are actually staying for longer than they have previously and spending a bit more. What I think the regions are feeling is the fact that domestic is softening a little bit and Australians are travelling outbound as well, and that's not quite being made up by international numbers. So we've just done a whole series of roundtables around the country and speaking to people about that, and it is actually the fact that domestic is softening, and it's a little bit, that's what's causing a bit of the pain as well.
Do you have data that shows the proportion of international is the same as it was pre-COVID going to regions? Is there anything that can, would that exist?
We could take it on notice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just quickly on aviation, if I'm back, Chair. Just on Tasmania, we're obviously have a project underway at the moment to I think the technical expression is harden the Hobart Airport runway to enable wider-bodied aircraft to land, and the view is obviously that we'll be able to get another international carrier beyond just Air New Zealand, which has just started.
But it's great that Air New Zealand
It is wonderful that Air New Zealand is back landing at Hobart International Airport. But I was wondering what engagement Tourism Australia had with Hobart Airport or the state government about securing another commercial airline into Tasmania?
Yeah, I mean, the airports drive the commercials of that. But, for example, I know that Tasmania are going up to see Singapore Airlines next week, in fact, and, you know, they asked us to help them in terms of contacts at Singapore Airlines, and we certainly facilitated that. And
is Singapore Airlines the only airline that the... sorry, is it the airport or is it the government that has asked you to do that engagement
The government, TTAS.
Tassie government. And is Singapore Airlines the only airline that they've asked for your assistance with?
I happened to be talking with Premier Rockcliffe just recently.
Good on you, Minister
and I think tomorrow he's in China, and I wouldn't mind betting one of the things he's doing up there is talking to some of the Chinese carriers.
Interesting. But Tourism Australia has been supporting them with or assisting with Singapore.
Yeah, that's something I'm aware of. I'll see if there's anything else.
And also Hong Kong.
And Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But Singapore Airlines is a great one because they open up the whole world. So getting that route would be incredible.
Indeed.
For Tasmania.
Indeed.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
When we go back to those numbers, we're down 85% of capacity. These are the sort of numbers, 86-ish, if you round it up. I think the UN guideline says that the world is 97% for travellers, so we are underperforming to that.
Yes, globally travel is more or less back.
Yep.
But as I said, the longer haul destinations are the ones that have not seen that. And it's not just limited to Australia, it's New Zealand, South Africa, the US is still down, Canada's still down. It's places like Europe, places that are within a couple of hours of China, they're all, Southeast Asia, they're all doing really well.
Stakeholders are telling me that a lot of, even of that 85% or what we're 86%, a lot of them are family reunion, a lot of them are visiting family, they're not the true touristy type. Do we break that down at your level?
Yeah, we do, and I know Austrade just talked you through that. We saw the VFR come back, and that's sitting at about 94% at the moment.
Yep.
What we have seen is that holiday over the last 12 months has started to come back and has overtaken VFR.
Yep.
So holiday is, but it's not quite back to where it was.
What would holiday be at as a percentage of what it was?
It's about in the 70s somewhere.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So that's what they're seeing when they say, even as a proportion, it might be going regionally, but as a number, it's still
That's
lower
right.
on holidays.
That's right. So VFR is really great for typically cities.
Yep.
You know, so we were talking to the Sydney guys yesterday, and they're seeing, they're 100% back for China,
Yep.
and more than for Korea, because there is a lot of a VFR component within that, and they do a lot of day trips and short trips.
Okay. Your funding hasn't increased in real terms. In fact, it might have gone down a little bit over time. Is that affecting getting that tourism, getting the holiday back into Australia? Or can you run the programs you want to run to get that?
We're being very effective with our programs. We're doing all the work that we need to do in the 15 markets that we're in, and we're also looking at other emerging markets within Southeast Asia that we work in. And our programs are going well. Our campaigns are hitting the KPIs that we've set for them. Our partnership programs are really well subscribed. We've got 206. So I think we've got adequate budget to do the job that we need to do.
When we look at the other ones and you say like New Zealand, USA, Canada, what are their holiday numbers doing? What's US holiday numbers? Do we know what they're doing compared to us?
Versus visiting friends and relatives, I don't have that breakdown, but we can provide it. We can provide it, yeah.
Okay. How does our marketing spend compared to those, not America, but New Zealand, for example? Are they spending
Our
less
budget is higher than New Zealand's budget.
I would hope so. Proportionally higher?
I think they're about 115, maybe 115. Yeah.
Sorry?
Around 115, I think.
Okay.
I will verify that for you, but I know that they don't. Our budget is higher. But the other thing that we have is that we have our state partners who also spend in market, and we spend a lot of time trying to coordinate, because that is quite a large augmented spend, and so we spend a lot of time coordinating that spend to maximise the impact of it.
I'm a motorsport nut. I can't watch anything on TV now without seeing destinations between us and Europe, between us and other places, Dubai, Middle East generally, a whole lot of other places. Is there above average spend stopping people coming all the way? They're stopping there. India's even advertising a fair bit on some of the stuff I see now. Are they getting the bite on us because it's not as far and they're being more aggressive in the market?
It's a really competitive global market out there for the visitor economy. There's no doubting that, and it's getting more competitive, and that's why it's important that we continue to focus on being distinctive, different, so that people are motivated to get on that second flight to come and see us. And we know that from our demand projects and research that there is still high demand for Australia. But there's no doubt that it is a competitive world out there.
In the return to Australia, what's the difference in spend on average between holidaymaker versus VFR?
It's higher in holiday. It's higher in holiday. Can you get me that average? Yeah.
Okay, get that on notice.
It is high, yeah. It also varies by market.
So, because that's what I'm trying to get. If we got another 1.2 million people here on their average holidays here, on their average spend, what would that be worth to the Australian economy? I'm just trying to...
Yeah. Well, actually, spend is back. So,
but if we got a 1.2 spend, it'd be really bad.
Yeah. But we have surpassed 2019 levels in terms of spend. We just haven't in terms of numbers. Part of that is inflation.
Yeah, that would be a bit there. I was talking about ROI previously when these guys are here. Have you got that on your business events bid fund?
Yes.
You're doing all right? How do you measure that? Yep.
Yeah, it's $51 per dollar that we spend.
Right, fair enough.
But let me just get that for you. Do you want the highlights of the program
No, thank
today?
you. I'll let you table that, but
okay.
I think there's a lot of people waiting me to shut up, so I'm just going to...
Sure. It's $51 for every dollar that we invest into the bid fund program.
And what about Come and Say G'day? Did you do a ROI on that program?
So we have different ways to measure the Come and Say G'day program. What we look at is we look at its reach, but then does it increase awareness? Does it increase consideration for Australia? And then does it increase people actually actively planning? And we know from our research that from people who have seen it compared to people who haven't seen it, it actually increases by about 11%. So that's how we measure that. Then we have a look at is it sort of translating into search, etc. So we know that visits to aus.com are up, australia.com. Our partnership programs are about 20% up. Our, what was my last one on that?
PR and IMHB and advocacy.
Yeah. No, there was another one. Anyway, I had a blank. I'll think about it.
Okay. With things are expensive all around the world, but we've had a lot of inflation, a lot of cost of living here. Is Australia viewed as an expensive destination for the world? Is that a problem at the moment?
It always has been considered as a high-value destination. But what we know is, two things. We target high-yielding travellers. They're not necessarily high net worth, but they're people who value what we have and are prepared to spend on it. But we also know that after people have visited us, the value for money that they perceive an Australian holiday at goes up. So for us, the cost is what it is. But what we focus on is, are we value for money? And that's about providing the experiences that deliver that value for money. And we know that once they've visited us, that we do succeed on that.
Do you work with hotels, partners, other things like that to look at that value for money package or anything like that? You don't
we don't tell hotels what to sell their rooms at. They're commercial entities and they determine that for themselves. Where we get involved in the commercials is with our partnership marketing. So we will work with distributors offshore and work with them to come up with tactical offers to convert the business that's in the market at the moment. But it's important that we still do brand as well, because at any moment in time, only 5% of people are thinking to book, 95% of people are thinking about where their next holiday might be. So we have to have that balance of brand and partnerships in the market at any one time.
Yep. Last focus is on this regional aspect. I think domestic regional's down. I don't think, even though we're getting the same proportion, but with holiday travellers being down, a lot of really, I go back to your place again because so many more empty shops in Cairns than there used to be historically, like not a year ago, but from pre-COVID. I just think it's difficult to see regional tourism growing. Is there anything we can do? Are you working on plans, just in case, have you put anything to government saying, give us more, we'll do this? Have you guys got anything up your sleeve to actually help that out?
Yeah, look, we're painfully aware that some regions are really hurting. And so we really do focus our programs on not only getting people to Australia, but then dispersing them around Australia. And we do that through, we just had 300 agents here and we sent the 29 itineraries around Australia, and most of those were into regional Australia. We're looking at doing drive holidays that really do get people into their cars and out into regions. So we're working on a drive program, and we're also looking at our agri-tourism offer, because that also drives people into the regions as well, which is around, those incredible experiences that are paddock to plate, and we're doing some work on that as well, which is a real regional play.
Go to Don's farm and have a skinful, that sort of stuff.
Something like that.
Senator Cadell, just so you know, I know Senator Green has some questions,
okay,
so I'm just hoping that you might be wrapped up. Perfect. All right,
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, Minister.
Fun fact.
Yes, Minister.
Capacity from India is up 333%.
Sorry, how much, mate?
333%.
That's capacity or?
Wow.
Capacity.
Okay.
We've seen a massive increase. And
how many seats are filling?
Sorry?
How many seats are filling out of that?
I can get the loads for India, but it's going really well.
Okay.
I'm heading up there on Saturday with all the states and territories to increase our numbers from India.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks, Senator Cadell. Now, Senator Green, you've got the call. Till we break.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Senator Cadell was asking you about comparing us to other markets and how they are also marketing their parts of the world. But I was interested to see that the Come and Say G'day campaign is actually outperforming the competition. Do you want to talk us through that?
Yeah, so we benchmark ourselves in terms of those things that I talked about: awareness, consideration, and actively planning. And we benchmark ourselves against our competitors all the time, and we know that Come and Say G'day outperforms all of them quite considerably. because it's important to be distinctive, and that's why, you know, we came up with Ruby the Roo, because nobody else can own her.
No. Just quickly on Cairns, thank you for the Australia Next event that you held there recently. I think it was in September.
September, yes.
Good to take those types of events to a regional town. You usually hold that every 2 years, but you ran this as an extra event. Why did you do that?
Yeah, so business events was a sector that is really important and lucrative for Australia, and so we decided we usually run Australia Next every 2 years, which is bringing event planners down to Australia. But to supercharge the recovery, we decided to bring it back annually. So we did an extraordinary one in Cairns, and it did really well. We had about 100 event planners come down. We had 15 international media as well, and the event did really well. Already,
lots of familiars in Cairns, I imagine.
Yeah, there were, and Cairns did an incredible job of showcasing what they can do as an event destination. But to date, we've already had 55 leads from that business, and in fact, one of the event planners there had to relocate one of her events, and she was so impressed with Cairns that she pitched it while she was in Cairns and won the event. So 75 people are coming next year for 7 days. So it just shows the value of those events.
Yeah, great, thank you. Another big event that you hold is Good Day Australia in Perth.
Yes.
I heard it went very well. It says in your opening statement, you said you hosted 30 travel agents. Are those the Aussie specialists that we're talking? Yeah.
Yeah, 300 actually. Yeah. And Minister Farrell came along and addressed them all.
Great.
Yes.
And how did that go?
It was great. So the Aussie Specialist Program is our training program that we work in partnership with all the states on, and it has 34,000 active participants. And every 2 years, we bring 300 of them down to showcase Australia, because it's really important to show, not tell, how great our destination is. So that just wrapped.
Last one, you had some questions about aviation attraction from my colleagues over there. One of the main ways that aviation attraction occurs is through aviation attraction funds, but those are a matter for sort of state governments, aren't they? Right. Yeah. And so you provide some assistance once they've decided that they're going to go after a certain market.
So we get involved in two different ways. We coordinate a Team Australia approach. So, for example, we just had an Australia...
Well, you can't really pick favourites, can you?
No. But we just had an Australia stand at the World Routes Conference, which was in Bahrain, and we had all states and territories with us, and their airports as well. And so we coordinate a Team Australia approach there. We have an aviation hub at ATE. But then once the routes are won, we work with the states and also with the airlines to increase inbound demand for those routes, to make sure, to shore them up so that they stay.
Great, thank you. And Ms Harrison, this isn't related to you, but you asked earlier a question about the TT&Q grant. Yeah. It's only halfway through, $132 million of extra spend, 760 jobs, 113,000 extra international visitors, just from half of the money that we provided. There you go. Thank you.
TT&Q are doing a great job of spending that money and creating some noise around the north.
On that note...
Chair, just before you finish, I might note that the Board of TA have reappointed Ms Harrison to her job, and I think that,
well done.
Doing a terrific job.
Very polite applause. 5 more years. 5 more years. Well, that's one election to get around. Okay. On that note, thank you very much. And you can go home. And on that note, everyone else can go home with my blessings. Thank you. Can I conclude today? That concludes today's proceedings. And as I've stated earlier, there's a couple of dates there for when questions are noticed, and the committee has also set dates for the return of answers to be 2 questions to your notice, being the 15th of November and the 20th of December, respectively. I want to thank all our ministers, Wong and Farrell, and obviously all the officers that appeared today from the lovely Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Secretariat, Hansard Broadcasting. Thank you. Go home. Thank you very much. I declare the hearing adjourned.